Yo. Hello. Got a liquid hoodie and goddamn this thing is soft as fuck. Highly recommend. Thank you, sponsored comment. Thank you, paid chatter. Dude, 35 months local. Holy fuck. I'll do my bi-weekly sub shout out. Wait, does bi-weekly mean every 2 weeks or twice a week? It can be both. I feel like that's confusing. I feel like it should just be one. Okay, well, let me ask you another question. What does tri-weekly mean? That sounds like it really means 3 times a week. I'm so used to it meaning every 2 weeks, and I feel like that's the general consensus. Guys, I missed my Mythic raid clear this week. It was yesterday at 1 p.m., and I woke up exactly yesterday at 1 p.m. on accident, and they already started. All good, though. I'm gonna get something good in my Mythic Plus vault. That's what I decided. And also, I'm at the point where I don't really need to get anything for Catalyst from my vault anymore, so I'm basically only looking for rings, trinkets, or sockets. And... Yee. Oh, wait, maybe I should do a viewer raid. It's going to be extremely hard to do a viewer raid, though. It's still only... It's still only on your realm, right? That makes it like fucking giga hard. Like super hard to get a good group together to kill like the first 4. Because you want a 2-box, right? Don't you have to kill 4 mythic raid bosses to get a 2-box? That would be fucking ideal, dude. That would be ideal. Actually, I'm pretty sure if I added my guild, I bet I could get some people to do the first 4. And maybe get some extra pugs to come help. I just don't feel like doing all that. You know what I mean? So, small problem, I just don't feel like doing all that. Okay, I guess I'll go live. Hello. Max, here's the question. If it's Monday, how do you refer to Saturday the next coming in the same week? Is it this Saturday or next Saturday? This Saturday. I mean, you could say both. Like, hey, man, do you want to show up? We're going to go play Ultimate Frisbee in the park. Oh, cool. What day? Oh, next Saturday. If it's Monday, that would just be... Like, saying next Saturday makes it ambiguous. Like, it could mean this upcoming Saturday because it is the next Saturday to happen, but it's not like next Saturday. Like, saying this Saturday in that scenario is way... It communicates way more what you're actually talking about. Max, when you say your guild, do you mean Liquid or Goth Girls? Bro, I'm not even in Goth Girls anymore after I faction transferred. Educational stream, nice. Is that what you got from the title being, hey? You know how, like girls used to text you in high school and they liked you and shit? With all the Ys? That was the inspiration for today's title. Nah, Max, we wouldn't know. We play WoW. Bro, I don't know why you guys hold yourself to such a low standard. Like, oh, I play WoW. I can't, like, get women, you know? WoW players are beasts. Girls texted you in high school. Guys, why do you guys always do this bit? Although, I guess it's hard for me. I didn't have a very gamer childhood. Like, I played games a lot through high school, but I was, like, a super closet WoW player. And there was a few years I took off and I did, like, sports and music and stuff. So, like, I didn't do the, like, gaming recluse high school experience. I did, like, a pretty normie high school experience, and then I became a turbo degen gamer in college. I didn't get to raid with guild this week due to vacation, down for Mythic Viewer. All right. Let me show you how I think this is not going to be able to happen, okay? We'll go to pre-made groups, raids. We'll go to a Myrdersil Mythic. Illidan only first for Mythic. That's the title of this group. And look how many people sign up from Illidan. You'll have, like, legit fucking 3. Most of the people that'll sign up will be on other realms. It's, like, impossible to actually get these going. It's not cross-server? No, it's fucking ridiculous. Like, hey, if you admit in the War of the Worlds expansion that you think cross-realm Mythic's going to be available from day one, yeah, that's what BlizzCon crowds did. Why? So you agree that's the right thing to do. What the fuck are we doing with it not like it right? Like, what's happening, you know? You know, I'm going to tweet. I'm going to tweet. I wasn't even going to tweet. Now I'm going to tweet. All right, I'm fucking tweeting, bro. It's probably some BS like it is technically difficult. What are you fucking talking about? They've released they've done cross-realm Mythic in every patch for years. It's just delayed. You think it's a technical limitation for them to do it early? Like, it takes engineers like 6 or like 8 to 12 weeks just fucking trying to get cross-realm to work. They're just like turning their wrenches the whole time, fucking shit up. Like, no, dude, they can flip a switch and it'll be on instantly. They've done it 1,000,000 times. How could it be any different, right? It's just a timing thing. Come on, guys. Ian goes in the room. Guys, how long until Cross Realm? And they're like sweating, and it's like they have like a furnace burning in there, and they're it's like hardcore as fuck. And they're like, dude, just like a couple more months and we'll get it working. And then they just keep doing that every patch. Are you getting sick? You sound different. Nah, no, I feel great. So I didn't plan on not streaming yesterday. I was gonna go get groceries. And I was gonna call my mom on the way there. I haven't talked to my mom in a while. So I called my mom, and there was just a lot to talk about. I ended up calling my mom for 2 hours. It was already 4 p.m. at that point, 2 hours past my normal stream start time. So I was like, fuck it. And then I just spent the rest of the day fixing up the house and doing a bunch of other shit. It was a very productive day, actually. You like the jacket? Thank you. It is the Team Liquid Marvel Spider-Man jacket thing. Looks pretty sick. How do you go a day without playing WoW? Bro, I go like most days without playing WoW. Outside of the race world first, I probably log on to WoW 2 times a week, maybe on average. A little bit more right now, though. Did LA area get hit with a storm? I heard we're going to get a storm tomorrow. We're going to get rain on Saturday. I know I say this all the time, but Team Liquid merch is actually clean, no meme. No, yeah, I mean, Team Liquid invests like a ton of fucking money into apparel. It gets so funny. I'm not supposed to call it merch. Yeah, it's really high quality shit for sure. That comes at a cost. You make less profit from it. And you know, it's like less accessible, but it's very good shit. And they work with really cool brands. Like Team Liquid's out here doing collabs with fucking Naruto, Star Wars, Marvel. I mean, they obviously invest a ton into it. Wait, you aren't supposed to call it merch? Nah, it's so funny. I'm also probably not supposed to be talking about how I'm not supposed to call it merch, but here we are. Yeah, no, it was in like one of our initial meetings of Team Liquid. I mean, they take their shit real serious. They're like, by the way, well, they didn't say by the way. It was like on a PowerPoint slide. They were like, we call it apparel. So I've just been calling it apparel ever since. They do not like merch. Merch is like the vibe is like merch like undersells what it is, you know, like it's fucking apparel. Low margin on high quality stuff sells well. Yeah, it sells really well. You just don't make a huge margin, yeah. Are you a Philly fan? I remember seeing a poster of Harper's NLCS home run from last year on your wall. Not really, no. My dad was born in Philadelphia, and one thing that I've done now that I've been like a little bit more successful is I'll like fly my dad out to Philadelphia. He was born in Philly, so I like fly him to different Philadelphia sporting events. Like we went to a Rams and Eagles game this year, and then that year in the NLCS, I flew him and me out to Philadelphia for all 3 games. And we watched them clinch, and we were sitting right behind the dugout when Harper hit the home run. It was pretty sick. But yeah, I don't really give a shit about about Philly sports though. But I care about my dad. Thought you were Canadian. What's with all the hockey? I just fucking love hockey. I grew up playing travel hockey as a kid. That's all. Damn, that beard is big as fuck, Max. God. Yeah, so I'm in a weird spot with the beard. So I'm getting my hair cut next week. Because my hair is fucking rough. I'm wearing a hat today, but I mean, you can look like yesterday's VOD. I look like a fucking homeless man. So that needs to get cut for sure. But I've been needing to get a haircut for like a month, and there was like a month period where my beard was like awkwardly not long enough to be a huge beard, but longer than like a kept beard. So it just looked bad. But now it's evolving into the point where my beard looks fucking insane. Like it's actually fucking crazy. So I wonder if like I should get my hair cut, but maybe keep the beard, shape it up a little bit, but keep it long. Could maybe be nice. Max, get rid of the beard. Let the babyface era begin. Bro, I showed you all what I looked like the last time I had a clean-shaven face. It was like when I was like 20 or something. Here, let me find it. It was like this. This was the last time I was clean-shaven at BlizzCon in like 2014. 2015. Well, I guess the last time I mean, I had like stubble on my face and shit, but 20 years ago? Bro, it wasn't 20 years ago. That was almost 10 years ago. Yeah. A whole ass decade. Actually, no, that was not that long ago. It wasn't in 2014 at all. That was like 2015 or 2016. No, 20. It was not that long ago. It was probably like 6 or 7 years ago. Because I can tell you what I looked like 10 years ago. And it's much younger than that. Here, let me find it. Fuck, how far do I have to scroll in my own Discord called post my own stuff? I must have had this in here before. It's where I would have linked it on stream. Damn, I'm scrolling, bro. I can't find it. It has to be more recent than this. I must have scrolled past it. I must have scrolled past it. I'm gonna scroll one more time. If I find it, I'll show it. If not, I'm not gonna try hard to find it. Oh, here it is. This is me. This is me before that, wearing a ruffly feather thing from an opera. So that was like 18 to 19, and then I showed you the one from, and this is another one. This is like 1920. And then, by the way, this picture is really funny because I had just cut out a girl after we broke up. I just fucking cut her out of the whole picture and made it my profile picture on Facebook. Some petty shit. No, where's the other pic? And then the one from before. And then this was, so that was like 19 to 20. I mean, how much older do I look here? Like at least, I don't know this. At least like 4 years, right? To this picture. So I don't know when this was, but I'm pretty sure this was in like 2015 or 16. I don't think it was 10 years ago. Oh wait, some people are actually signing up. Okay, I mean these people are on Illidan. Here, I'll just invite them. I'll just invite them so people look like the group is forming, so more people sign up. Just to see what we can get. We need to get at least like 10 people before I ping my guild. Methinks. I mean, dude, there has to be people who like didn't raid this week because of Christmas, right? Like there has to be. This guy's from Area 52, and his note is just, I'm from Illidan. Bro, like, do you think I'm a dumbass? Come on, man. What are you doing? What are you fucking doing? Wait, this might actually fill. The only thing is, to fill, I'm going to have to bring some people who have only cleared Heroic, probably. Actually, my Raider IO add-on's out of date. Maybe if I update it, it'll be a little bit more accurate, but... Why does same server matter? Because for some fucking stupid reason, you cannot do Mythic with anyone from Crossrealm at this point. Like, right now, if I wanted to do Mythic raid with you and you were on a different server, I couldn't. Which is abysmally stupid, and I've asked them in multiple interviews why this is the case, and they always have some reason why it's bad, and then they just made it the case in the new expansion. Very sick, very cool, very nice. Why is it not like this right now? They've got to have engineers working night and day to figure out how to make it work for the new expansion, even though they've done it every patch for years. So this person's done 9 out of 9 heroic, and they've done 1 mythic. I feel like tanking the raid is like pretty piss. Like it's pretty easy. Oh, this person knows. This person's, dude. Wait, this might actually work. I'm just gonna type in my Discord and see. Might do first 4 on mythic in a viewer raid. If any alts want a quick 2-box. In parentheses, passion. I'll do an @ here too. Six out of 9 mythic main. All right, get in here. Wait, this might, I might actually be able to fill this. Let me see if I can get any of my raiders in here. Send the cheeky add everyone. Nah, adding everyone is psycho behavior. Dude, add here is such a good function. Like if someone's not at their computer and they're out and they have their phone on them, it's just not going to ping them if they're not actually there. Like imagine pinging someone on their phone when they're not at home to come do a WoW raid. Then you're just like notifying them for no reason. Add everyone's is cursed behavior. But what if they're in bed and on phone and want to come? Well, never mind. I was about to make a very, very stupid joke. Yeah. Well, then if they're not already at their computer, then they're not ready to game anyway. All right. Never have DPS'd in my life, and I'm part of the Emerald Dream. Wait, Dryny said I'll go, but need 10 minutes. Oh, dude, fucking Dryny's coming. Let's go. All right, we might have some sauce here. Let me change the description. Dryny will be attending. Guys, Dryny will be in this raid. Wait, what is he gonna play? That might be a nice surprise. I feel like he's gonna show up on like Dryny P or some shit. I can't be taking a 5 out of 9 mythic Demon Hunter. Because like killing 2 out of 9 mythic or whatever is fine for a 1-box. But like I'd really like to do 4 because that means I have like a better chance to get Smolderon trinkets. The question is, how hard is it going to be to kill Council and a Pug? I feel like it's giga easy if you don't have dumb tanks and you just have people that you know. Like you just assign 2 people who you are very confident in, probably yourself, to just be ducks the whole fucking fight. And then you're chilling. Just overheal it and have 1 to 2 permaducks. So about overhealing, I've had exactly 0 healers sign up, so. Wait, who's Bungussy? Alright, whatever, I'll invite him. I'll invite Bungussy. He joined, nice. Smash Moo. I love Dryny. I can DPS and heal. Bro, you're in last expansion's gear, buddy. Get out of here, buddy. Alright, Rogue signed up. We'll take that. He's done the first mythic boss. He applied just to decline in my face. That's crazy. Alright, he applied again. I'm gonna... Let's see. I'm gonna invite him again just so he can decline twice in the same group finder. Oh, this time he joined. Okay. That's less cool, but... Matt... His name is Matt Firemage. I don't know why that's so fucking funny. Why did you name yourself that? Okay. Uh, dude, did you all see that shit from the other day about Tim? God, that shit made me laugh so hard. That guy's like one of my favorite players in all of WoW, and I know nothing about him. His name on Twitch was like Timmy Chonga. His name in game was Timbo Slice. He invited me to a Discord, and the Discord was called Only Tims. There's 150 people in there, and every single one of them was renamed to Tim, all in lowercase. All of the voice channels and chat channels were just called Tim. He didn't say anything the whole run besides whenever he PI'd me, his macros said something Mr. Krabs, like just some crazy Mr. Krabs meme. And then at the end of the run, he just said, "Good job, Tims," and left. I fucking love weirdos, man. That guy's weird as fuck. That people like that is my exact sense of humor. Yeah, are you feeling it, Mr. Krabs, is what it said. Guys out here RPing in real life. All right. Okay, this is probably going to fill up. A new recruit to our guild said he would game. What guy are you playing? That Max, you invited a guy from Frostmourne. Oh, that's beautiful. Who? Oh, the healer. Fuck. I actually really needed healers too. I just saw 487 healer with Mythic experience, and I couldn't resist. Boomy said he's playing monk. He said he's logging right now. DPS or tank? Okay, of course he's just fucking logging. Definitely turbo down bad on healers at the moment. That's our main flaw. How are you gonna do me like that? Exfer to Illidan, buddy. Get out of here, bitch. Who's the new recruit? Some dude from Vodka. It's very misleading. His name is Boomy, but he is a tank. But I don't think he's tanking for us, and I don't think he's playing Moonkin. So I honestly have no fucking clue. Nah, we basically just heard this guy was an absolute beast, and we didn't even really have a spot for his role. But anytime you hear of an absolute beast, you try to get him. So we're gonna figure out what he's playing afterwards. Is this the first time you recruited a tank and converted them to DPS rather than the opposite? Probably, yeah. Wait, why are you playing Dryny 2? What is the purpose of gearing another paladin? Is Scott back on DPS? Dude, Scott right now is only playing Resto Shaman. He made a Resto Shaman called Fat Chopper, and that he's just playing that all the time. Wait, what is this? Oh, 8 out of 9 Mythic main on his 47200 alt. That is turbo worth it, actually. Dryny said need Mythic Fire Act trinket, so gotta do Mythic bosses at ESPN. Wait, do you have Mythic Fire Act unlocked? Was that your main? That's not your main. That is your main. Oh, we might have 3. Wait 1 second. Boomy are you a DPS or a tank? Wait. Humi, are you a DPS or a tanker guy? I can remove one of these tanks probably or have them play something else. DPS but can tank. Nah, DPS. Okay. Now we just gotta get some competent healers, but the reality is if we don't get a few, like I'm pretty sure, wait, okay, so I have never done a 4 out of 9 mythic pug before. I've never pugged a single mythic boss this tier. Is the play to overheal it? It probably is, right? Like the play is you just like overheal it. Well, you wouldn't want to 5 heal Volcaros. Cuz like what the fuck, what side do you give 3 healers? Well, so the problem with overhealing is we don't even have any healers besides Dryny 2. But Dryny 2 is an absolute warlord goblin beast. Wait, is that actually his main? 485 point. He would be more geared if that was his main. Although he hasn't been playing the game a lot. He's been devoid of passion. Poke MZ, she's playing Valorant. I at here'd in the Discord. If people want to show up, they will. I'm not going to push any harder than that. I mean, we have healers. Like, we have people signing up, but I like rocks. I mean, I feel like we're just going to have to get some healers with 0 mythic experience and just hope they figure it out. That we have no other option. Oh, and they just declined my invite in my face. I mean, how hard is healing anyway, right? Let's at least get some like 9 out of 9. If you've done 9 out of 9 heroic, if you've done heroic Smolderon, you can kill the first 4 mythic bosses. All right, let's get some Aug Evokers, maybe. What is this? Dugnology? Is that guy real? I mean, he accepted the invite. Are we worried too much about... Okay, so what's the... Is there any comp thing that matters for the first 4 bosses? Like, are melee pugs generally more reliable than ranged pugs? I've never done this. Does anyone know? I guess for Gnarlroot, being ranged or melee is completely irrelevant. Council is going to be absolute carnage. Yeah, we're going to do Council last. For sure. Council is quite a crazy fight. Well, okay, so the thing is there's no healing on Council if you just overduck, but no, I'm pretty sure we have a weak aura we could link people. The weak aura just like tells you whether you're soaking or not, so you just follow the number. Dude, where are the healers, bro? Oh, here's another big warrior. Or another big progression guy. The more people you can get, this is clearly an alt, but also we need warrior buff. That's actually pretty clutch. Max, damn, Scarzard's tweet goes hard. What did he tweet? Twitter Scarzard. Actually, his name's like Batrick or something. Oh no, it shows up. There we go. Wait, this is old. This is his old Twitter account. Why is that the first one that shows up on Google? There it is. Eat shit, Bobby Kotick, you pathetic ghoul. Waste of the millions you didn't earn from people whose talent and light you will never understand. Holy fuck, retweet. Yeah. Oh, is he finally gone? I've been kind of waiting until he's been gone to really say anything. I don't have as much, like, you know, I don't have as much information as some. I didn't work under that guy, but I do have some anecdotes I've heard that I won't be sharing from multiple employees and content creators who worked at like a bigger level within Activision for certain games. And that guy sounds like one of the worst leaders and people that exists. Like, what an absolute bitch. Like everyone in that company fucking hates that guy. And the people, okay, I'm not gonna say any stories. I'm just gonna say, like, I just know that sometimes people get misrepresented in the media, and they get like scapegoated for stuff, and they just become the villain. That guy's actually the villain. Like he's built dog shit. So I'm glad that guy is gone for sure. Really glad. Okay, so we got a 483 Hunter called Doinked. How many DPS spots do we even have left? A few. Okay. We can get... Wait, I invited the wrong guy. Get out of here, Johnny Deep. Apologies. I was trying to invite this beastly hunter. This big boy. Alright, so now we actually just need healers. That's it. We just need healers, and I'm waiting to pull the trigger on some undergeared healers. I think we do QT Cushy. We'll do this guy. Wait, sorry, note didn't save 8 out of 9 Mythic ult. Oh, shit. That's hype. He might be lying about that, but even in the case he's not, that's pretty hype. What have you done, Mr. BG Heals? Sometimes BG Heals is sketchy. But he is quite geared. This guy, if this guy had like Mythics, dude, I feel like we're better off just like, we can pick up 1 more DPS and 2 more healers. I feel like we're not really in a hurry. I feel like we just want to make sure we get people with some experience. Ooh, Prez or Og. Okay. Oh, I really like this actually. So what we're going to do is we're going to have this Evoker play Preservation for Agira and for Gnarl Root, and then I'm going to have him play Og for Volcaros. Unless we have a bunch of sketchy healers. Oh no, dude, we're hard vibing. Wait, I didn't do a realm check on a few of these guys. Are all these guys actually on Illidan? Okay, I mean, I feel like we're in a pretty good spot. We just need probably 5 heal. Actually, wait, is Agira a 5 heal on Pugs for safety? I feel like there's actually no damage on that. Not even 1 point of damage on that fight. Didn't know that Americans besides Liquid played on Illidan. Yeah, there's a bunch. Unless you mean, oh damn, that guy declining is sad. Goes hard though, for sure. Dougnology said need another healer. Yes. He already killed 2 on main. What does that mean? Let me look at this guy's shit. What does that mean he already killed on main? Alright, well that guy that just got Ninja invited, I can't even tell, like, he's only like 3k score and he's only 9 out of 9 heroic in the raid. This is probably just this guy's friend, that's okay. Or Raider IO is super out of date for him specifically or something. Alright, so now we have 4 healers. One of them is Dryny, which means it increases our chance of 4 healing, but also Dryny says he's a paladin, but also Dryny's super dobby for no reason. Well, not for no reason, but he's extra dobby. So Dryny will probably do a lot of healing. We could get an Og Evoker, but all Og Evokers are fucking stupid. Unfortunately. If I only knew. There needs to be a Raider IO plugin for Og Evokers only, and it's just a stupid or not stupid button. And after you do a key with an Og Evoker, you just simply get a prompt on your screen, and it says, was your Og Evoker stupid? And if it's no, and then it just averages out all of those answers, and then you just get a fucking stupid check. Actually, bro, I feel like this should just be... This is kind of like a Black Mirror episode. Like, it's a little fucked up, but, like, there really should just be, like, a prompt at the end of dungeons that some plugin that everyone commits to using, and it's just, like, was this guy trolling, griefing, or bad? Yes or no? And you just collect enough yeses and nos. Like, can that be abused? Yes. Like, but if it's only the people that you're doing the dungeon with, like, most of the time you're just gonna get normal people if you do a good job to say yes. That was a fucked up episode of Black Mirror. Oh yeah, this guy keeps trying to summon me. Should I accept it? I'm being extra careful here. I'm being extra careful so I don't have to replace people, because this is one of those scenarios where, like, once you start, because God, the Mythic lockout is so fucking bad. Yeah, we can clear trash. You're good. The Mythic lockout is so bad, dude. People are just scared to actually join runs because it means that they're locked for the week. Woo. Anyone know why? Weird. Why on earth would you actually be locked for the week? Why on earth can't you invite someone to kill a Gira without them having to sacrifice their gnarl root loot for the week, even though they never pulled it? That's weird. Why does that work like that in 2024? Very strange, very strange. Only bad. No argument it's good. I'm dead. Did I get meleeed? I got hit by Shadow Charge Slam. I don't even know what the fuck that is. I mean, what do you guys really think you need to 5 heal? Because, like, I have a bunch of really good DPS apps, and I have no, like, decent healer apps. But also, I have a healer in here who's only 9 out of 9 heroic, and if only one of our healers stinks, then it's gonna struggle. We're gonna struggle healing. But if we get another healer, one of them can stink, and you have, like, protection against that. That's, like, the only reason you overheal. It's healers stinking protection. You basically just don't want your healers to stink, and you're fine. Just get a DPS with an off-heal spec. There's nothing more that guarantees that your healers stink than having someone play their off-spec. Bro, if you get an off-spec healer that breaks 100k, you've just won the lottery. It's just simply not supposed to work like that. All right, well, I think we're going to have to take VG heals. I think. 3 tanks. No, we only have 2. Fuck, we really just want another healer, man. 3 out of 9. Would you guys take a 370? 370 is really low. Alright, fuck it. We're just going to BG heals. It'll be fine. Alright, let me get everyone into Discord. gonna take off my jacket for this. This is big deal. I wonder if I can raid lead. I wonder if I can play Inertia Demon Hunter really well and also raid lead a hard boss at the same time. I don't think I can. I would need to practice it a lot. I'm pretty sure I would, I can tell you what I would do. I bet I would raid lead really well, and I bet I would press all my buttons on cooldown. I just bet, like, my inertia windows would be trash. Like, you know how, like, outside your cooldowns, you want, like, a really good inertia window? Like, you want some hunt dots in there. You want to make sure you're at least getting, like, a, you know, Blade Dance, I-Beam, or, like, you know, Annihilations from I-Beam in there. I would definitely just have some bad inertia windows. That's probably all raid leading would do. Not on this boss. This boss is pissed, but... I gotta find one more person. 1 second. Oh, that's the tank. Oh, we can probably just have Boomy tank. Yeah, Boomy, you can just tank, I think. Because we lost a tanker guy. Do you have tanking set up on that dude? Isn't that what you played?
Yeah. I played Paladin, but yeah.
Okay.
I can play this.
I would definitely say that because, like, tanks randomly have a lot of impact on 4 out of 9 mythics because of Council. There's, like, a bunch of cleave turning and stuff. 1 second. And boss positioning.
Holy shit, everyone's force muted.
Yeah. You want me to unmute them all?
No, I don't care.
I can probably unmute a few people. Alrighty. Get everyone in. We just need this evoker in. Here's a food. I don't know if we actually need to 5 heal all the bosses, but I was told that 5 heals are nice for these pugs. And 5 heal would definitely be nice for Pug Council.
Yeah, probably. Council's probably the only hard boss.
Yeah. Alright. Everyone's here. Let's not talk about it and just pull. Oh, so, well, let's talk about some things. So, tanks, very important, both of you. I know one of you knows how to do this, but whenever the lines come out of the seeds, it's always where the boss is facing. So, like, I want them to spawn in a line like this. So, the boss can be facing in any of these directions. It just has to be in one of them. So, it lines up both of them twice. If you guys get the circles, you want to put them, like, in those lines. Don't put them on the raid. Make sure that under the boss is safe. And, yeah, that's it. Let's go. I just didn't want, like, seeds everywhere. Oh, yeah. Also, if anyone's stinking real bad, we might have to replace you.
5.
But that's
4,
probably expected.
3, 2, 1.
There is only darkness and pain. Destruction takes root. The inferno must bloom.
Dodge.
Frontal, and then if you guys get the bombs in 15, just make sure you
AoE.
you like put them on the seeds. Try to go like 1 on each line and get as many as you can, but don't cover the boss. We'll like AoE the ones under the boss in the intermission. Right now, can probably rally Kasen GW, whatever the fuck your name is. Sorry. Yeah, not on the raid.
Dodge.
Okay, a bunch of ads are coming in. Just make sure you get the these ads need kicks. I don't even know how this boss works, to be honest with you.
AoE.
They do something.
Big ones need kicks.
Beautiful. If you guys get one of these next ones, just try to get as many seeds as you can here.
Dodge. AoE. Spread.
Okay. Watch these circles. I think they do damage. I don't actually know. Okay, little AoE here. We're about to do this stage. Just make... You want to do this, but not like super fast. You want to make sure like 2 minutes come up and shit. Just AoE these ads real quick and spread out. Use a time spiral brisky for the first soaks. Good. Spread the fuck out. 2 minutes herp in 20 seconds. Do not push before that.
Soak.
And healers, make sure you're like a little spread out here. You guys can also use like a personal.
Soak.
You are good to phase the boss whenever.
Soak.
Looks like we're going. It's good. Good, then we just do that again. Although we should kill before it phases again, maybe. That'd be cool.
Dodge. AoE.
Destruction takes root. Kill the soil with
Drop.
Right.
flourish and
Dodge.
and the pain. All life turns to dust.
AoE.
Torment spreads. Flourish. Destruction takes root.
Dude, what a vibe first boss. This is such an easy boss to do in view rates too. Wait, 20 seconds? Can we be?
Spread.
Probably not, actually.
AoE.
We'll have to do another one of those very, very stressful intermissions.
All life turns to dust.
Spread.
Big damn here. Believe.
Shadow and flame.
Intermission.
Believe.
Not believing.
Not enough believing.
Spread.
Just get some clears here.
Soak.
Broken.
Soak.
Beautiful.
Its screams were beginning to bore me.
What is your question? What is like a normal pug strat for Igira? Anyone know? Anyone know what you do? You can say in chat. I know a lot of you guys are muted. Like, do you try to double stack the things? Do you like Giga spread them? Use a weak aura. People use a weak aura for fucking Igira? Ain't no way. There's absolutely no way you use a weak aura for fucking pug Igira. So what, you just... they use a weak aura for spears. Okay, is it like actually good? Or is it like cringe?
A worthy challenge.
Yeah, it's good. Wait, fuck, is it from our pack? Wait, Dryne, is it the one that we did in... Is it the one we were going to use, but then we just yielded it because it didn't matter? The left, right, back from testing? Are you in a fucking tornado?
No, but there's a vacuum. I don't remember.
All right, Agira spear assignments. I mean, if it's what people are used to, I'd rather not wipe. But let me see. Let me see if we have something. Yeah, I mean, we don't have one in our pack, so I don't think so. It's probably this. Okay, just everyone get that WeakAura then. If you're having a hard time downloading it, wait, we're on the same realm, so no one should have a hard time downloading it. All right, sometimes people die on this fight. What is the correct order to go? I actually don't know. I think people do left, right, middle. I think left is giga bad, right? That's the one that's hard for no reason. I think it's back and then you go right. And whatever happens, happens. Okay, how does this WeakAura work? Is it like very self-explanatory, or is it just like left, right? Like, let's assume the boss is turned around, right? Is it just some shit like this? Like you just double stack left, right, back, kind of like that? Yeah. Okay. Sure. We'll do that then. Do you need to personal when you're double stacking? I mean, what the fuck else would you personal? Probably. Why not?
Yeah, definitely personal the spear.
You're... I didn't have pot on my bar. Yikes. All right, cool. Tanks probably just face it against the wall there. Everyone else put the spears behind and double stack them. Follow that WeakAura. If your WeakAura isn't working for whatever reason, just like try to always stack them like that. Those markers are not exact either. It can be relative around the boss. Look where the tank is starting at. Other tanks should probably go on top of him. And
5,
don't like...
4,
yeah, you know what to do.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of works, right? Watch the frontal here.
Dodge.
And new spears. I'm not replacing the markers. You know what's good. Just don't triple stack. Like if all you do is when you get it, if you're confused or scared or something, just like don't triple stack.
Dodge.
Frontal. And I think range should be soaking the back middle first. Melee stack on me, marking myself with a skull. Stack on me, we're gonna be moving left. Good. Oh, I did like a delay for some reason. Okay, be off the tanks. I actually don't know what phase is about to happen, but I'll just figure it out as it's happening. Okay, it's heal absorbs plus soak. Okay, so if you get a heal absorb, you just run to the edge of the room. If you don't, you soak onto the boss. We'll use Kasengz. We'll use your rally on the first one. Do these spears. Use a personal stack. Do not triple stack person running in. That was almost weird, but I appreciate it. All right, if you guys get a healing absorb, immediately go away. Everyone else, we're just turbo dodging here.
Debuff.
Okay, get the fuck out if you have one of these. Okay, you can come back in after it's over. Don't soak if you came in, and we'll just have enough people soak on the next one. On the next one, we'll probably do like both Zephyrs plus shock procs your Spirit Link under the boss. Spears though. Right now. Don't like Giga Stack. There you go. Good job. Okay, new heal absorbs here. Break these spears as fast as you can. All right, get the healer absorbs out if possible. Get them out, and everyone else soak. I'll dark as well. Use your Spirit Link in both Zephyrs. Probably personal, why not? And dodge. Just Giga dodge now. Healers, you want to heal them, though. This is a moment where you heal. Good job. Okay, spears again.
Drop. Left.
Oh, that's nice. I got a little left marker. Oh, we have a lot of left, boys.
Dodge.
Watch frontal. I was assigned left there, and 2 other people went there as well. Were you guys also assigned left? You can res Mr. Matt Firemage. Spears. Fucking Matt Firemage. That's an insane name, by the way.
2. Dodge.
Watch frontal. Okay, we're starting the phase, right? And then I think you go right here. Okay, stack on me. Let's go left melee. Wait. Y'all are pre-moving left. I see you. Alright, I'm just going to dash around now. Don't follow me. Just live your life. Why does this boss have so much HP?
I don't know, but it's very annoying. Just give me my loot.
Yeah. This feels like a tyrannical raid boss. Just has way too much fucking health. Let's get these together here. Oh, this is nice and weird. Oh, you guys like made it not weird last second. That was hype.
So.
Soak under, half of you. Just figure it out. Just half. That works. Leaping as well. Try to stay close for melee uptime. If everyone stays close to the circle, it'll like barely jump and it's way easier to hit. Very minor, but yeah. Spears after this. Get these out. Half soak. Personals. Personal here. Personal. Nice. Okay, get these together here. That works. It's fine. Someone like quadruple stacked, but you either someone killed Doinked or Doinked was the person who did it.
Dodge.
Wait, where's your little dead body? Spears again. Oh, this is hype.
Three. Dodge.
Watch frontal. You can soak the left one just so we don't wipe, but I don't think it matters.
Revel in despair.
Very good.
Her screams were beginning to bore me.
Chad, is that ring good for like vengeance or something?
The dream is besieged by flame. How is this possible? The druids of the flame have redirected the temple's focus to the Firelands. Within this temple's sacred halls are seeds of life. With their power, we can reach for rock and stop this.
It's got
madness.
avoidance. It's good for everyone. All right, I'm rolling need then.
Opened the dreamways for you.
The Emerald Dream.
All right, Volcaros is pissed. Can one of you healers... Actually, wait. Are any of the healers sketchy, Driney? Can we not 4-heal one?
Smolderon dares
Should
to
be able to
claim
4-heal.
this realm as his own?
Can someone flex DPS?
It's really hard to tell who can heal in that fight because there's no healing to happen. Yeah, I was about to say, if one of them can... Like, doing low healing on a Gira is weird because it's just, like, random snipe healing that doesn't matter. Oh, damn, that hunter's mad. Whoever triple stacked on me, I hope you didn't get what you wanted for Christmas. Holy fuck. Who was it, though? Dude, is this like... Okay, so ignore council, because council's just like a clusterfuck. Is this the easiest, like, early bosses? Like, if you needed to kill 3 mythic bosses in a raid, in a random pug raid, this has to be, like, top tier. Like, I don't know. Like, what other raid had bosses this easy in the first 3?
Vaults had some pretty easy bosses.
Well, Primal Council and Aranog were about as easy maybe as the first 2, but...
Taros, Aranog, and
Bro, Taros was
yeah,
hard
Council.
for pugs, for sure.
I mean, deep in the farm, that boss was a joke.
Well, no, it's not about farm. Like, I'm talking like pug raids. Like, I'm pretty sure people... Well, it's weird, because people never did Taros because of the loot weird thing. Like, you didn't want to fuck your vault, and it had terrible loot thing. But I'm pretty sure Taros on Mythic throughout that entire patch was harder than all 3 of these bosses are combined. Like, if you did Taros on a pug, you were not killing it.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe last year, actually. But I feel like Amalgamation Chamber, again, was harder than all 3 of these bosses by a lot. Wait, Chad, I just realized I don't have my augury on. I have a 489 augury, and I'm in raid, and I'm just not using it. That's fucking hype. Ha? Yeah, that's a good ha emote. I think I'm still rinsing everyone, though. Let's see. Gnarl Root, that's a rinse. Agira, that's a rinse. Oh my god, why did I... Oh, no. Good boss damage. Oh, yeah. That's 10 mil boss damage gap from number 2 on Agira. Let's see. Gnarl Root as well, maybe? Oh, yeah. 15 mil. Alright, let me put on my good trinket. Let me split you guys up. Do we have any of the healers be able to go DPS and not do like... I'm just gonna put 3 healers on the side with like... I'm gonna put like the 3 weakest healers so far on the other 2 bosses on one side. If you swapped, I can swap back. Do you do like real damage though? Or are you just kind of like making it up as you go? You do 25s, 26s? That's fucking insane. Holy shit. Alright, we're good. Alright, we're putting Dryny... Actually, Dryny's a melee. That's fine. Dryny...
Still with Banador.
Put you with Banador? Okay. So Banador and Dryny will be in groups 1 and 2. Let me swap the... Who's the other tank besides Boomy? I'll scroll through real quick. It is... Hydite, I think. Let's put him in the other group. Just need to make sure there's enough melee in each. We have like a bunch of range. I didn't even realize that. Like a ton of ranged. Okay, I'm almost done. We do have so many range. Okay. So I split the groups up right now. I might have fucked something up, but I don't think I did. Groups 1 and 2 are gonna go left. Group 1 and 3 and 4 are going right. Groups 1 and 3, you're gonna do the like. Okay, first of all, how do pugs do this boss? How I do it is like each 1 and 2 will just go left throughout the room. 3 and 4 will go right throughout the room, and then like group 3, you're just gonna soak like the front soak on the right, and group 4, you're gonna soak the back soak on the left, or on the right. I mean on diamond. And then groups 1 and 2, it's like 1 is soaking X and 2 is soaking square, and then you just like move around the room and you just do that. You just move in and soak people. The only way you could fuck this fight up at all is like moving on top of people when your circle's really small. It'll definitely one-shot them, and just make sure you get into soaks and play it safe. Is anything what I said confusing, by the way? I just don't know how people normally do this. Usually I just split the group up, you go half and half, and then just make sure there's 5 people in each soak. And some ranged, usually you go in the range soak, but like Jimmy McGill, Brisky, Evoker, and Moonkin, you guys are going to have to play in the melee soak. There's just no other option. So, you're... Alright. Cool. Sounds good. Same thing with group 3. Die hunt, you're also going to have to be a melee soaker. So 1, 2 left, 3, 4 right. Let's bolt. Just use like personals when you're feeling it, and healing cooldowns and raid cooldowns when the
5,
after you soak the
4,
circle thing.
3, 2,
Be careful of pre-AoEs here.
AoE.
Okay, if you get the circle spread out.
Dodge. Three, two.
Okay,
one.
great to soak.
In.
Soak now. Why are you backing up?
Dodge.
Good. Watch the hammer.
3, 2, 1. In.
Soak here, guys. Spread these out.
Dodge. 3, 2, 1. In.
Soak. Watch fire.
Soak.
And soak your sides. Probably personal as soon as this lands. It'll last for the damage event as well.
They'll taps go to the other side.
Yeah, Phil taps you're on the wrong side.
I'll sack you. You can just run through. Oh, you have the fucking
Spread
thing.
these out.
Dodge.
Well, he's with us now.
3, 2.
Okay, everyone
1.
soak here.
In.
Okay, spread that out, Mr. McGill. We have Die Hunt down. Go ahead and get that guy.
Dodge. 3, 2, 1. In.
Spread them out. Watch fire.
Three, 2, dodge. In.
Soak. That is a crazy
I'm
maneuver.
bubbling.
You're bubbling that for sure.
Soak.
Tryny. Soak.
We had room over there.
AoE.
Okay. Probably personal this. I'll slam a dark over here. Spread out early though.
Spread.
We're getting debuffs right now. I'll come back over to you guys when it's time.
3, 2, 1. In. Dodge.
We have 6 people in the front and 4 in the back. Over here, someone's in the wrong thing. Oh, it's because... Never mind. Goddamn... Oh no, that guy went back. It is weird. I wonder why it's weird. Oh well.
3, 2, 1. In.
Okay, soak. Yeah,
Dodge.
you're just fixing it. It's fine.
Spread.
I'm trying to go away from you.
3, 2, 1. In. In. Soak.
Soak, guys.
AoE. Spread. Dodge. 3, 2, 1. In.
Should be fine. Just keep playing safe. There's actually nothing to even say here.
3,
Good performance,
2,
everybody.
1. In.
Excellent performance. Where did our other buff go? That evoker.
Shit, party backer.
That's fucking sick. That was hype, evoker. I appreciate that.
Dodge. 3.
Ooh. Little very rare neck. Ooh.
Not even ash will remain when I finish with you.
Feel like this is pretty good. I don't know. Do our pugs normally like this? Seems pretty strong. Let's go back and fuck. Let's just do Laredar, boys. Actually, no. I'm just kidding. By the way, don't go over there. Go back to council. Does seeing Ebon Might impressions change your decision making on this class, or is it just for vibes? It's just for vibes. I mean, if I was like insane at this class, maybe I would change a decision if I saw Ebon Might. Like let's just say if I know I'm getting presence and Ebon Mighted, and I'm about to like pop off with like a essence break window, but I see I don't have it yet. Maybe I like wait till my next blade dance kind of thing. But like then you could just be losing a use. I don't know. Probably not. I mean, I'm to answer your question, no, I am not looking at it at all. Maybe I'm a fucking simpleton. So you're asking why is it tracked? I don't know. I guess maybe I should untrack it. Fuck, now I'm self-conscious. I'm gonna untrack this shit. Fuck evokers. I don't even want to know when I get it. Fuck them.
Champions, what lies ahead is a sacred space within the Emerald Dream. Any intruder to the dream will be attacked. No matter
Where the fuck is it? Presence and Ebon Might. Fucking load never. Get off my fucking monitor, bro. No, actually, okay, there is some reason to track it, and it's when you're in pug raids. If the evokers aren't Ebon Mighting you, you just fucking scream at them. Shouldn't they be playing around your CDs anyway? Nah, on a raid, I'm pretty sure they're just slamming that shit on. I mean, yeah, I guess probably, but also no. All right, so normally I do I'm just a duck the whole fight because I don't give a fuck. But I think in this pug raid, that's probably not good for our success. So I'm going to need some people to be like on goddamn duck patrol. I can duck. No, by the way, like ducking means you have to have understand like you have to know when to duck and not duck. Like it's not just like be a permanent duck. There's a lineup in the fight where you need to like I think it's when Pip and is it Pip and the bear? No, it's when you have to do Pip and the like grass girl's ultimate at the same time. That one's like kind of weird. You need to leave one, but also you have to be able to. Oh no, it's the bear. It's whenever you have to do bear plus Pip. You need to have like 4 things remaining exactly, so the one person can get a duck, unless it's extended. And then you also need to kind of communicate it. So I don't know. It's weird. I feel like I should probably just do it, but then I also feel like in this group specifically, having me being a duck is probably a bad idea. I don't know. Does damage even matter on this fight? It probably doesn't. If damage doesn't matter, I should just do duck, I think.
Your presence desecrates.
Damn, Chad. I know it was just trash, but I don't know if you just saw that lineup from me, but that was pretty tragic. I had an inertia buff. I was in meta, and I was just about to essence break, and then I got charmed for the full duration of my inertia and across the room. Like, I know this is trash and it doesn't matter, but like, that feeling was tremendously bad. I was just ready to press that button. Besides stopping the vine cast, are we sending the charge to the outside of the arena? We can do whatever you guys are used to. I can tell you that what we always do is we send every charge through the direct middle of the room. So if you know that you're supposed to soak the charge, it's always accessible. If you do it to the outside of the room, what it causes the range to do is you move from like this ping to over here. And it's like, why are you doing that? Like, the charge isn't dangerous. You know if you're soaking or not. Actually, I should probably assign people soaks. Like, I'm trying to think the best way to do this. Let me look at my weak auras real quick. I'm pretty sure we have a weak aura that I can link to you guys. I don't know if you guys have the liquid dungeon pack or whatever. But you can assign like soak 1 and soak 2, and it doesn't even need to be called. Like, you'll literally just see on your screen in big green letters to soak or in big red letters to not soak, and it'll spread it out naturally, and no one has to call out anything or think. You could also do melee then range soaks, but then I have to keep track of that in my mind, and I don't want to do that. So let me double check what weak auras we have here. Well, actually, so what is the normal pug thing to do in chat? Like, if you guys are doing a pug mythic council, what is like the normal charge? Like, what are you guys used to? Not your guild, pugs. Odds, evens. Well, who keeps track of that? Because, like, I can guarantee you, if you just say odds and evens alternate, after one of the phases, it resets everyone's charge buff, and then everyone's just going to soak when their debuff is gone, and then now you have 18 people soaking one and 2 people soaking the next one, and then you die. Right? And if the answer is raid leader calls it out, I can assure you I'm not going to do that, because it's too easy to do that. So, let me just find a weak aura. I can probably link you guys something. I just have the liquid weak aura pack, and it says when to soak or not. Let me see how that weak aura is made, because I think I might need to do like a liquid 1 and 2 in the note and just separate people natty. But I think the way we designed it is, because we used it in heroic splits, and I think how we made it work is if you don't have a liquid 1 and 2, it actually just randomly separates people 1 and 2. And it tells you to soak or not soak. Let me find it. Fuck. Our weak aura guy isn't here right now, I don't think. Let me... Fuck.
You cannot even say
Here, just grab... You know, before I link you as a weak aura, let's just do odds and evens. Just fucking slam it. Just odds, odds soak first, evens soak second, and just soak when your debuff's off, and try to, like, remember it on bigwigs or something, and we should be okay. I really don't want to do that. If I'll weak aura it after this pull if it's weird. It does melee and ranged if you don't assign it, the liquid one. Yeah, but that's not always good with current timings, but... make sure not to cleave anyone. Okay, so who are the 2 duck people? Like, who are the people mainly ducking? And what that means is you guys will basically duck off of each other's duck if we're ever behind, and you just kind of do that most of the fight. And oh, by the way, make sure you go back healer for this. You probably have, but there's also one thing you have to do. You have to make sure that you extend a duck to immediately get rid of the bear thing. That's what's really important on both things. Like, you have to know how to do that. It's not just staying ahead of ducks. It's also like you are the people who are breaking the bear out of his ult, and there's never any question to that. Does anyone know how to do that in chat? Raid chat. Also, if you guys have... Actually, yo. Can someone put down... Oh, we can't even mount here. Fuck. We should Vantas this guy. This guy's hard. But no one has a auction house or anything. So fuck, we're not doing that. Nah, fuck it. Let's just game. Let's see what happens. Let's just figure it out. Oh wait, I'm in the wrong build. I am canceling the pull timer, and I suggest you guys double check your build right now. Make sure you're doing the right thing. Try not to get cleaved. Tanks, if you can, be very careful with the cleaves. They absolutely murder. And we'll just try to send the chargers through the middle of the room. I think that's always the best thing to do. Unless it's like killing people because you're not used to it, I think it's the best thing to do.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, first charge, odds here.
N.
Hideite, you have to on after each frontal. So take the boss now. And I'll take it back.
Okay, get these poison dispels insta and get them out. We have a lot of poison dispellers, so stay on top of that. Next charge, this is evens. Okay. Okay, we're getting knocked. Pools and then ducks. These ducks is where we need to Omega extend. We have some good HPS right now, but let's make sure we get... We have Blind Rage coming. We'll need to break the boss here and then charge through. So this will be odds getting charged through the thing. Duck the boss, please. Duck the boss. Duck the boss. So we did. Nice. Soak this melee. We're a little low here. I would rally. Nice. And then this is where I'm talking about with the ducks. This is... You guys can probably see that this is... we have way too many stacks right now. We need... These ducks in 5 seconds. Whoever's doing ducks, you're doing it wrong. You have to duck way more than this. This is evens. Use both Zephyrs and Spirit Link under the boss now. Roar. And we just need a turbo break here. Turbo break. We just had a javelin instantly died. Okay, so what's we should just die, I think. Yeah, let's just go ahead and die. All right,
Yeah.
so everyone here probably doesn't need to be talked about. There's one reason why we wiped. It's very obvious. We talked about it before the poll. The only way you wipe on this boss is to get overrun by ducks. We just need people to be ducks.
Win.
And have this not happen. So typically the best way to do this is you have like 2 people do it, right? They're both ranged and preferably like less geared maybe or something like that. And then all you do is ducks go out, you make sure you get ducked, and then you and your partner just chain duck after each other as a duck over and over again until you stay on top of shit, and then no one else has to think about it. That's the best way to do ducks. You and Amada can do it. All right, very good. You guys do that. Please do that, and don't do it bad. And if it ever gets bad like that, you guys all need to help. Like, fucking get like 8 people to duck there. I would do it. It's just I don't think it makes sense for me to do it in this group. I do it in like every single council, Mythic council I've ever killed. I'm a duck the whole time because I don't care. But that is definitely not the best thing to do for this group specifically. So I need some of you all to do that, please. Although that's probably a fun pull for the healers, though. Y'all were fucking cranking. Everyone here? Yeah, everyone's here. Let's go. Battle shout, please.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Those who threaten the dream will fall. Breathe deep and die.
End.
Odds. Watch the frontals here. Get the poisonous spells out. Dispel them once they're away. Good job. Okay, this is evens.
High energy.
And then first ducks are coming out.
Wins.
Okay, getting knocked back here. And let's get on top of these ducks for sure. Okay, it's going to be melee again here, except we're charging through the... We need to break the boss, then charge through. Please duck the boss here. Good, Matt Fire Mage. He's waiting for it to expire. It's fine. Just we're going to charge through the girl here. It's going to hit pretty hard.
End.
Okay. This is melee soak or odds. We can res Amada. He's one of the duck guys. Just do that. Watch frontals on boss here. Watch frontals. Did we not... What is this damage? Relentless Barrage. Is that stacking up
Yeah.
from...
Didn't break in time.
End.
Oh, it just died. Yeah. Okay, so I had a duck there, and I probably could have done that, but I was saving it. So when we're assigning 2 duck people, one of your 2 jobs as a duck person is making sure you have a duck, and you are able to break that boss instantly. That's part of the duck job. I probably should have done it there, knowing that that probably couldn't be relied on, and that everyone should probably go for it. That's probably true, but that is like part of your job. So like if you're a duck dude, you are the people assigned to make sure you have a duck going into the bear and raging, and also are on top of all the ducks happening. Yeah, that was a little late. Wait, someone got locked out of the fight? Were we 19-man in that pool? This boss, by the way,
I even noticed.
not to bring vibes down, this boss is fucking horrible. Like, this is one of the worst fights they've ever made. Where is the, do we have a repair guy?
Yeah, you can drop. It's on the right.
Alright, pulling again. This is just a play safe and the boss dies kind of boss. It's very hype.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Those who threaten the dream will fall. Breathe deep and die.
End.
This is odds. Okay, watch the next cleaves.
Bad.
Get the dispels. Help. Thank you.
High energy.
Okay, this is evens. And ducks here. Watch frontals here. Getting knocked. We're a little behind on debuffs. So we're going to catch up. I believe in the ducks. New ducks are going out here in a second. Okay, and one of these, the duck assignments should be breaking the boss here. Matt Fire Mage is doing it. You did that way too far from under the boss, and you ducked like 10 people, but all good. This is, I believe, odds soak. Yeah. That was, the positioning of that was very, very brutal. Watch frontals. Okay, it's charging again. This is evens. Again, let's stay ahead of ducks. Have way too many stacks here. Evens here. Ranged Pip needs a lot of damage. Just swap to her for a bit. Unless you have like really sick cleave or something. Okay, and then new ducks here. And then we have the double ult. This is odds, I think.
Yep.
Okay.
Wins.
And we're going to get wins into this push. So we need everyone to pre-stack in a... Do not soak any more green here. Or no, it's vines. Get the boss. Everyone should be next to this thing here. Pull the boss next to green, tanks. Dispel me. Everyone ready to stand in green.
Enter.
Stand in green in 3, 2, 1, go. And soak this charge. Aim it towards the girl. If you don't have a debuff.
Evens.
Evens. Brisky and Matt Fire Mage. Soak a green right now, or you're going to get stunned. 3, 2, 1. Brisky, Brisky, Brisky. Keep Brisky alive, please. Keep Brisky alive, healers. Evoker. Boss is kind of far, but that's fine. Guys, we really need big damage on Pip. Tanks, we can pull the boss to Pip and just like tank on Pip for a bit. That would be very value.
Odds.
Okay, and watch frontal here. There's a thing right under Pip. Just be careful. Let's get a lot of clears here. The next one is Bear plus Pip. We need to make sure there's at least 4 remaining at the end of this. This is evens.
Just evens.
Evens, watch. Maybe Spirit Link on the boss here. Shoxy. Good. Okay, good. We have ducks here. Just make sure we leave, like, triangle here in the middle. Oh, insane cleave. What the fuck is this? Forbidden cleave. No. Okay, it's fine. Good to soak green. Guys, do not clear triangle. Do not clear dime. Everyone go to triangle. Go to triangle, and then we need a duck clear. Nice. And then this is it evens or odds, Riny? Guys, soak the green.
It's odds.
Soak the green, then get out. Soak the green, guys. Soak the green. Hellknight, Kalmata, Amata. Good, good, good. Now the boss is gonna... Oh, we already did the boss. We're chilling. Okay, good. Just watch cleaves here.
So odds coming up.
Yeah, odds here. And then we're getting ducks. We have 17 stacks. We will need to stay ahead of this. We're getting new ones in 10 seconds, so... I'm just going to give this to you guys right here. Yep. Doing really well, by the way. We need Pip damage for sure, though.
This is evens.
This is evens, and then, like, everyone just swap to Pip for a bit. Let's get a hit on Pip. We don't need Urktos damage. You guys should never be targeting off of Urktos if possible. Just hit Pip and the other girl as priority.
Wins.
Okay, we're getting wins here. The next one is going to be... This is simple. This is the bear again. This is super easy. Just get Pip and Airwind damage only. Get dispels on poisons. Perfect. Okay, blind rage. Let's get a duck clear here. There's a few people. Just make sure we get a duck clear. Get a duck clear. Bandador or Towel. Yeah.
Work on the boss bear.
Yeah. He got it. It's fine. Now charge through. This is me, my darkness, your spirit link.
This is odds.
Odds here. And let's do Pip and Airwind now.
Evens.
Yep.
Dodge.
Good. We're getting new pools though. Res Hideite. Tank. Res him now. Yeah. We gotta keep it together here. Keep Boomy alive. 2 stacks. This is
Odds.
odds. Yeah, good call. And then we need a decent amount of clearing here.
Because we gotta get off the bear.
Yeah, get off the bear, guys. Hit Pip and Airwind only. Stop hitting the bear.
Wins.
We're getting pushed back here, and then we're all gonna stack in a green. We need to make sure there's 1 green. Do not do all the green here, ducks. Leave 1 for sure. We're just pull the boss to my ping. We're gonna do that one. Pull the boss to my ping. Pull the boss to my ping. Everyone get ready to get in that.
Enter.
Okay, everyone get in now. Okay, get out when your debuff's gone. It's
Evens
just...
here.
And then evens, make sure you soak this. Make sure you soak. Good. And then now just hit Airwind and Pip.
It's odds soak.
Do not hit... Guys, stop on
Don't
Urktos.
hit Urktos.
Literally, do not hit Urktos.
Stop
Like,
moving.
literally just pull it the fuck away. Hit Airwind and... Literally do not touch it. That's the only way we wipe here. Everyone hit Airwind and Pip. Literally nothing. Like, don't even dot it. A little bit more on Pip.
Charging in the middle.
Dodge.
Yeah, charging, but don't, like, dot it or anything. Get Pip and Airwind a little lower. We need big dam here.
Wins.
Do not touch Urktos. I need, like, the most fucking discipline ever. Okay, we're getting blind rage here. We're gonna have to break. We're gonna have to break him. We need a duck to break the boss here. Oh, we have. Okay,
pretty
everyone
far.
getting green. Get in green. Everyone getting green. And then get out when you're done. Keep hitting them. It's fine. He's only 2.4 mil. We have time. We have time to do this. And someone needs to break the boss, though. Someone needs to break him with Duck. But we don't have Duck. Oh, that's
I
fine.
can kill him.
Yeah, just kill Arctos. Kill Arctos now. Everyone kill
Okay,
Arctos.
he's done.
Nice. And then
I'm
kill
gonna kill
Erwin. Kill Erwin now. Everyone kill Erwin.
Big
We have-
damn, 8
we have-
seconds.
We have 8 seconds to kill Erwin.
Touch your death, touch your death.
Yeah, 5, 4, 3, 2. We're gonna die. Fuck! That was a really good pull, though. We just, classic killing Arctos too fast. Just die and go again. That was really good, though. There's a small mistake. That was really good discipline. We were doing it well for a while. Is that part of the fight intended to be the enrage? Because it didn't give us any ducks
Wins.
to deal with his thing at all.
Maybe 7.5 minutes.
I've never been that far. That's why I'm asking. I don't actually know.
I have no idea.
All right, let's die. Pip has to be alive to get ducks. Pip was alive, yeah.
Charge.
Are we getting a res from a healer? Let's see. Here we are. Someone released. That's not good. All right, just make sure you guys eat. That was a good pull, though. Like, if you're someone who doesn't cleave really well, you actually do us a huge favor by just fucking pumping the high of Erwin and Pip if they're, like, alone. It really helps. Also, tanks. People usually cleave off of Arctos. Generally, this fight is weird. Like, you feel like you should cleave off of Arctos because he has significantly more, Wait, does he not... Does he have the same HP as them? Did they change that? It wasn't like that in testing. I just never noticed it on live. In testing, Arctos had, like... I think he had, like, twice as much health as the other two, which makes sense because you're cleaving him more. So that's even more of a reason to... Like, if Arctos is... Because he's the only one that can guarantee to get any cleave on, you basically always want to cleave off of the mob that he is on top of if possible. Sometimes it's hard for melee because of boss models and charges and stuff, but just try to do that. Oh yeah, also if we Vantised, we would have killed it. But it's fine. There's enough people Vantising. It's fine. This is more of a control fight anyway. The ducks were much better that pull. I was muted for the last fucking, like, 30 seconds or something. I've been talking the whole fucking time.
5,
That's great.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, odds.
In.
Okay, watch frontals. So you want to, like, hit off Erwin here if you can do it without getting cleaved. It is very scary with the cleaves, though. Like, right there, you can't hit her, but... Okay, evens.
Die energy. Wins.
Okay, we have ducks here. Make sure we over duck. No frontals or anything. And then we're doing blind rage into charge. So pull the boss towards the middle here so everyone can be in the charge. Get to spells, get to spells, get to spells. Get to spells.
CC.
Oh, fuck me, I guess. Okay. Perfect. And then everyone, this is odds soaking this, I think. And now we should cleave Erwin a bit. Pull the boss on top. Nice frontals, though. Frontals. Guys should be on Erwin here. Okay, boss is charging. This is evens. Really good job on the ducks. Really good job. You don't want to, like, turbo over clear here because we have watch frontals now. Okay. This is odds. And then I think we're getting like a
Wins.
we need to make sure there's one here. Don't overclear. Leave the one in the middle. I'm pinging it. Do not touch that one.
Spread.
Okay, do poisonous spells here. Poisonous spells, please.
Enter.
Okay, everyone get in that one next to the boss. Get in now. Get out when your thing's gone. And then go to just soak the charge. This is evens, I think.
Yep.
We have a dead man. We'll get him up. It's fine. He's topping. Definitely get him up. Also, Aug Evokers, make sure you're auging him permanently. Moonkin's on this fighter. Fucking crazy.
It's odds.
Okay. Let's get ahead on these. Definitely need to get ahead on ducks here. We just went down to 5, but we're going to get new ones in a second. So you guys should still be ducking the people who are assigned. Amada. Nice. I see you guys. Okay, we're getting good. This is evens.
Evens.
We're getting good Airwind cleave here. We need to leave. Okay, I'm gonna late extend Amada here. Amada, you're going to get the boss's blind rage. Okay, come here, come here, come here. Giving this to you. Okay, you're doing the boss's blind rage. You can just let it expire. It's fine. It'll last. Okay, this is gonna. Everyone get in a green. Do not soak a green. Everyone get in a green here. Amada will be breaking the boss. Get in a green, get out, and then soak the thing. Or no, we should be fine, actually. Good. Watch frontals in a few seconds. There's a bunch of green under the boss. Just be careful. This is, what is it, Riny?
Odd.
Odd, okay. Stay on top of Pip and Erwin here. Let's do these ducks now. Watch frontals. Weird frontals. Right in the middle of the room. Do not get frontal. Do not get frontal. Look at the bear.
Stevens next.
Oh, no. We lost one of our ducks. We'll res him in 30 seconds. It's fine. This is evens here. Oh, the fucking 360. That surprise didn't kill like fucking everyone. All good. Okay, we're getting new ducks into, this is, I think it's bear plus vines. We'll res the duck in a few seconds. I'm going to be a duck with Bun Gussy. No, I'm, yeah. I'll do boss here. I'll do boss. Get off the boss here. Breaking him. Good, and then it's going to charge right through. This is odds, right, Drainy?
In.
Yep.
Okay, watch frontal here. Weird frontal. Right on top of the group. Please don't get frontaled. Good, our Duckman's alive again. This is evens.
Even.
Let's get a little Pip damage here, guys. Let's just blast Pip for a bit. Everyone give Pip the whole... Okay, watch HP here. Health pot, Hellstone. Good healing. Drawing, you can probably Aura Mastery the next charge. Watch our frontals here. Okay, let's hit Airwind for a bit. Yeah, this is odds plus... What's the next ults we got? This is Pip plus Airwind. So this one... we need to make sure there's only one remaining, but we want to over-duck until then. We have hella stacks right here. I'm going to be a surrogate duck.
Wins.
Give me duck. Giving you back, duck. Okay, get these poisonous spells out. Okay, we're getting a charge in a second. The charge is gonna... Doesn't matter where the charge goes. Make sure you soak it. Everyone getting green
next.
now. Getting green. The charge is gonna go through the girl. Getting green. And this is even soak. Even soak. Even soak under boss. This is might need to watch your HP here. Okay. And Matt Fire Mage never broke. Keep him alive. He's in group 4 healers. Okay, kill them all even. Let's get a little Pip and Airwind here.
In.
It's odds.
This is odds again. All darkness in this. Use your Wind Rush as well, shocks and procs. Good. Get these out. Let's just stay ahead of ducks. Again, this is not a greed moment. This is a play this safe moment. Oh, okay. It's fine. It's charging in a few seconds.
High energy.
Stevens.
Kill Airwind, guys. Evens in this. Okay, the next ult we have to break is we need someone to okay, someone who's a duck right now. Oh no, we need to get a new duck. BG heals, give me that. We need song. Do not clear all the do not clear all the green. Do not clear all the green. I will time out on the bear. Okay, I will time out on the bear. Everyone soak the green next to the bear. I'm marking it with like 5 markers. I'll make sure not to soak it. And I'll get mine at the end. Move away so I can get in it, please. Or else I'm
Enter.
fucked. Nice.
Enter.
I got it. And just Doinked is going to almost die. Turtle. Good. And let's get Pip and Erwin here.
GG.
GG.
In.
Does anyone?
Killer chest, yeah. Fucking come back here, buddy. Very good. Maybe some trinkets for the boys. Oh my god, what is that garbage?
It pains me to see them fall.
What does that even do?
Must obtain the
I'm not even
same
gonna read
life
it.
if we are to succeed.
Naimu is piss. Let's go. Lairdar and Naimu are piss, but
Nah, I
Nah.
think it's time for me to go.
yeah, we're not gonna do that. All right, good run, everybody. That was actually really fucking clean. I didn't even think we were gonna be able to find enough people on Illidan. Good job. Remember to eat your vegetables. See you later. Nice. That was a fucking... Dude, I like started my stream and I'm like, I wonder if we can get enough people on Illidan to do a Mythic clear. And we did. So now I'll get a 2-box in Mythic. Which is pretty good. My 2-box in Mythic can get me a bunch of upgrades. I can get a Mythic Council Trinket, which would be great for Mythic Plus. I can get both Smolder Run trinkets, which honestly I think Signet Brand sucks, but Ashes of Ember Soul would be awesome. And there's a couple like catalystable, like decent eye level items that would be good. Max, how long was that boss fight? 7:12. It was pretty long. We didn't have very good damage in the raid though. Like look at our Volcaros kill. I'm just beating everyone by like 50k. Single target. That is a bad sign. Agira, same thing. Gnarl Root, same thing. So I think our damage in general is like pretty low. You were perma-ogged? Yeah, but I mean, I imagine there's other people. The Oggs can buff multiple people, you know? Where are those other people getting ogged? You know what I mean? Maybe you're right, though. I should check logs. Dude, Oggs are so cringe. I hate that that's a thing. Let's see. Let's see. Does anyone have the logs for this? So on Volcaros, I did 258k on meters. How much of that was Ogg bullshit? Rate the Ogg. Stupid. Okay, good. Dude, would some kind of social credit score work in WoW, though? Like, you guys know that Mythic Plus score means nothing. You can get into a group with a 3,500 rated Ogg and he'll ruin your whole fucking day. So, like, logs don't work. I've rated with players with 100s on every boss that fucking suck as players. Right? So logs don't mean shit. Your rating doesn't mean shit. Your progression doesn't mean shit. We need a fucking sample size social credit score. You go into a dungeon and then people rate you as good, great, bad, or real bad. And then that just averages up and people know what you're getting when you get in a key. If you can farm social credit score, it doesn't mean shit. Oh, you think you'd do that? A bunch of friends. You can only be rated by the same person like twice or something though. But yeah, you just get all your friends. It's a popularity contest. People would easily just rate you bad all the time and ruin your social score. Oh, as a streamer, that'd be an excellent bit. Where are the logs, by the way? I can probably just look at my character. Or where's the does anyone have the log from the thing we just did? I want to show logs. I sent them. Where? I mean, in chat. Their links don't work in chat. Yeah. Yeah, you'd have to DM a mod or like Twitch DM it to me or something. Wait, someone said, hey, Max, just checking in here. You had said you were going to unban me when I messaged you on my other account. Okay, let's see. /user. Oh, here we go. Oh, I got you. Yeah, you're unbanned. You're good. Anyone have these logs? Oh, someone just... Okay, someone linked them to me. We're good. So I was still topping, right? This is damage to boss. Why were you all gaslighting me? Maybe I didn't on another boss. Same. Why am I being gaslit? What's happening? 40k AUG difference? Yeah. I mean, I was getting AUG'd, but I mean, it looks like that was the right move, right? But also it's weird because in logs, you still get attributed some of AUG's damage, though. Like, if you're getting AUG'd, you were... Like, down here, this is not correct. They were doing actually more than this, and part of that was because they were AUGing me. It's like, that's kind of... Which is why logs are so ridiculous, because the top parses are going to be someone doing really well while also getting double AUG'd. Yeah. But when the reason I mentioned this is in chat, I said it's not a good sign because it looked like I was doing a lot more damage than people. And I wasn't even like wearing augury until like the third boss or something. I was just wearing random Mythic Plus trinkets. Yeah, okay. Chat gaslit me. Someone said, I mean, this is council obviously, but... And I was a duck for the back half of the fight when our assigned duck died. But you guys said, I said on the first few bosses you could tell the damage was low. That's why our council was slow, because I was topping, and then you guys said not on logs, you're not, and then I just am on logs. You just fucking made that up. You just fucking lied. Max, let's see. Which expansion had the worst meta comp in Mythic Plus? Like, which one was the most set in stone, so to say? I don't know how to explain it. The whole expansion? I don't know if there is one. Maybe like... No. You guys are saying last season. You're totally missing what he's saying. He's saying like when an entire expansion was like the most safe pick to play. Like, oh, you mean like one class, or do you mean a whole comp? Honestly, it's never been a whole comp. Like, there's never been an expansion where like one comp was best the whole expansion. There might be some better than others, but like usually it changes every season, with like rogues and mages being. Although I will say, I think like mages got buffed a couple weeks ago and people were like, here we go, god comp again. Now, I'm sure it depends mage by mage, and mages are really tanky, and Arcane Intellect is very good with AUG. But I think people went a little bit too crazy on how good mage was. Like, purely anecdotal experience, I haven't watched any top teams. I don't look at top dungeons run, none of that. I've just pugged with like probably 10 to 15 mages, and they get cranked every single time. Which is weird because I'll play with other classes like warlocks that will like beat my overall and stuff. So I think it might be a mage gap, but I don't think mage is like as OP as people were making it out to be. It could be BIS and it could be awesome and all that stuff for a bunch of reasons, like dungeon specific stuff, but it definitely doesn't seem as strong as people thought it was going to be. Again, unless it is pure mage gap. But I've probably played with like, I don't know, probably 10 to 15 different 3500 IO at least mages, and they get fucking dumpstered. You should have seen Fired Up last night. I mean, Fired Up would be a good example of what let's actually see. Let's see what Fired Up was doing last night. Why is I'm Fired Up age the second thing? Okay, so Fired Up did fire mage keys with Junkrat and Pterodactyl and Growl and all of them. Okay. Okay, so they timed or they depleted a 29. Is this fall or rise? Looks like fall. And then he did real good, beat Junkrat. They do. Okay. Looks like it's losing it. Although I didn't watch the whole key. I'm watching it in slow-mo for some reason. Let's see. So looks like it's doing pretty good here. They time a 28 a tall. Maybe a tall is not a great mage key though. A lot of quick burst that DH probably does really well at. Also, DH is just like slam the last boss. Also, it could have been a bad run for overall. Looks like they had a lot of deaths in there. All right, where'd they go after this? They're doing a rise. Okay, let's see how it does in rise. Or are they doing the cheese? Dude, oh, they're doing the thing that I think is good. The immune, where like if you have the debuffs during the first group soak, you just always like use an immune during it and do it with the tank. Maybe you just do it all the time actually. Might just be safer on higher keys. The cheese is fixed. Oh, nice. I like that. This was hilarious. Growl kept dying to the same mechanic. That is good. Fired Up's first time in some of these keys at 29 was hilarious. Yep. I've done that before. That was my content for like the last couple seasons, is I would like AFK for the first 2 to 3 months, and then I would just do like super, super high keys without ever seeing them before. Last year was really interesting because I was a tank. Having a tank see the dungeons for the first time at 28 and 29 is definitely an experience. How do you get geared to be a top raider without doing any keys? You mean like in Fired Up's case? I mean, he did a bunch of keys during the race, but they were all +9s and like 20s for weekly. So like you've seen the keys, right? It's just you haven't done like high keys, which is a pretty big difference. Like going from 20 to 29 is insane. In a 20, no mechanic could ever kill you and none of it matters, and you just mass pull everything like a crazy man. And then like in 29, certain mechanics just randomly one-shot you and you're not used to that or aware of it. And they do all of that in the course of like 3 days and you're not even thinking about it because it's during progression. Max, if Demon Hunter could be any race, what race would you go with the 5-mans and rating you do? I mean, it's no question it's Night Elf. No question it's Night Elf. Shadow Meld is super OP in dungeons, and I don't think it really matters in raid. Blood Elf used to be super good. There's still, like, Blood Elf is good for some things. Like, you can use Blood Elf Purge a couple times this season, and it feels really good. But, I mean, Shadow Meld just has... There's, like, a couple of really broken Shadow Melds this tier. Like, the difference in the difficulty of the Tyrannical third boss in Fall with and without Shadow Meld is insane. It's insanely easier. Honestly, I think it's kind of bullshit. Like, I don't think that should... Like, that's definitely not good for the game. Blood Elf was crazy on Razageth? Yes, it was, yeah. What's the get rid of racial so degen? Yeah, for a while, again, I don't think this fits, like, Blizzard's idea of theme. Like, they love theme and all that stuff, so that's usually something I can't relate to, but... I think about this a lot, where... Like, let's just say you open your talent thing and you can choose from any racial. And, like, your race that you are is purely cosmetic, which is what I think a lot of people care about with race anyway. And then, like, going into any content, you can just, like, choose between, you know, a few racials. That would be nice. But that's like, you know, that's coming from my POV. Which is, like, gameplay over everything, right? But, like, obviously, you know, MMOs are a lot more than that. I have a very niche point of view in that way, so maybe that's a bad idea, but... But that eats into Blizzard dollars. That is such a bad take. That, dude, I've heard that take before. Oh, Blizzard doesn't do that because then people will spend less money on faction transfers. Do you know how many fucking boatloads of money they would make if they did what I just said? Where you can actually be whatever race you want purely for cosmetic reasons, and you can choose. Almost everyone would race change. Because people are currently races that only for the benefit. They would make more money by doing that change. So the whole argument of why they're not doing it is greed is, I think it's completely incorrect. The real argument against that is you will drive away lore players. Really? Do you think, like, there's lore players who, like... No, I don't think that's true. I mean, there would definitely be people that would, like, get really mad about it in Wowhead comments and on Twitter, but those people pretty frequently don't actually play the game and haven't for a very long time, and they're pretty miserable. They just, like, see change in WoW, and they're just like, well, I remember when this game changed, and now it's not what I like. And they just type stuff. It's like, dude, the best example of this is when they removed cross-faction. Or when they added cross-faction, sorry, in WoW. Like, you saw all these people fucking popping off on Twitter and Wowhead, like, this game isn't the way it fucking used to be. And they were, like, acting all mad and shit. And then it went live and no one was negative at all. It was only, this is positive and this is good. And you want to know why? Because none of those people that were complaining are playing the game now and haven't for years. Plus, like, even if you're a lore person and you're upset that the factions can now, like, play together in PvE, that can't even fit your lore narrative, right? Because hasn't, like, every single patch been some, like, greater evil that Alliance and Horde have to band together? In some raids, literally this happens, where you have to band together and, like, fight against this common threat, you know? Like, so, like, lore-wise, you already team up fucking all the time. So, like, why would, in that exact content in PvE or whatever, like, why would you be opposed to teaming up with people of the opposite faction? You already do it, you know? It's not supposed to be a permanent team up. You're right, yeah. It's pretty logical for us to team up for a patch and then go back to feuding and then team up again for fucking 20 years and think that's normal and that something else wouldn't have been figured out by then. All right, guys, well, we just beat the threat. Time to go back to war. It's fucking comical, dude. All right. Would you be able to show your damage breakdown and details for, what was it, Volcross? Yeah, sure. Did we have a good augury pull? It's pretty good. Dude, augury sometimes just does insane damage. Insane damage. faction separation felt like a relic of a time when the game was just fundamentally different. You're exactly correct, which is why they got rid of it, and they were right to do so. For sure. There's a few other things that are still pretty old. Cross Realm not being available from day one, which they're solving in the new expansion. And Mythic I mean, unquestionably, Mythic lockouts are now, at least in PvE, Mythic lockouts are the most obvious problem. Like, this shit is 20 years old and needs to change. Or what used to be heroic lockouts as well. It's so fucking stupid. Like, think about that run we just did, right? We killed 4 mythic bosses. Imagine we wiped on Volcaros one time. I'm just going to make up a scenario. And let's say 10 people left. Let's say 5 people left. And now I had to recruit people. It would have been unable to fill the run. Because what I would be asking people to do is to forego free loot on Agira and Gnarl route just to join a group that is working on Volcaros and Council. Why do they have to make that decision? And then also, if we were to disband our raid for whatever reason, because we couldn't fill the group, which is more likely what would happen. Let's say tomorrow I want to make another group and get people ready to go. Maybe I can find some other people that have wiped to Volcaros after killing the first 2 bosses or something. I'm unable to do that because the only people I would be able to group up with are unsaved people and people with my exact raid ID. It just doesn't make sense in current WoW. It's a 10-year-old thing that should have been changed years ago. Loot lockout is the only thing that makes any sense anymore. Never bosses. Yep. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Also, the fact that server transferring locks you out entirely for the week. That shouldn't happen anymore. What you just explained, they fixed a long time ago, which is like if you kill a mythic boss and then you server or faction transfer, it like bricks your. Well, actually, okay, I don't know about server transferring, but account transferring and faction transferring used to brick your mythic lockout. You could no longer zone into your old lockout. They fixed that like a year ago. That doesn't happen anymore. Server transfer might brick it, though. I'm not positive about server transfer. Faction change still fucks it. Maybe we're talking about 2 different things, but more than 10 to 15 times in the last 2 Race to World Firsts, our players' faction changed mid-mythic progression with like a halfway full mythic lockout, and we're able to zone into the same raid lockout the next day. So that for sure works. But maybe server transfer does not. Dude, by the way, I heard something about the brick guy. Someone said that he had a crazy stream. Leandros. Someone told me to watch his stream the other day. The brick stream. What is the brick stream? This one? There's a brick.
Fires out.
Oh, this is 16 days ago. That's from the race. Oh, okay. 2 days ago, maybe? Okay. Interesting. Starting soon screen. Oh my god. Wait, did he do a whole stream like this? Wait, I wonder if I made this happen. I did tweet a couple of weeks ago. Fuck, when was it? Oh, here it is. I tweeted on December 21st, the BDG brick guy has the opportunity to do the funniest thing ever. Well, I mean, then he did it. I mean, he literally did it. Kinda. That's fucking good. That's good shit. That's quality. Quality brick. Wait, didn't WoW release a like I heard something. I heard WoW released like a year in review of Warcraft or something like that. I wonder if I'm in it. Is it this? Thank you for an amazing year in Azeroth. / played 2023. Wait, what did they get? What did they get? S-Fan saying?
To be ready to dispense justice across the land.
To be ready to dispense justice across the land. That's so epic. I wonder if he's happy with that.
The greatest
Let's go, WoW Grandma.
character ever, Glorbo.
Wait, I should probably move my camera because other people's cameras are usually down there.
World of Warcraft is that beautiful game that gives you what you can't do in real life.
Dude, put me in here. Put me in here.
Players gear up for battle to see if they can dethrone the Lore Master.
You face death.
Level 60!
Yo, Annie, let's go. Oh, that was legendary. Wait, they animated it.
10% already. This is incredible. Single digits.
Yay! Yay! No! 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 Okay. We were in it though. We made it.
3, 2, 1. Living bomb spam AoE.
What up, BlizzCon?
Oh yeah, Chris Metzen was a rock star. What sword? Dude, I think that's the one thing from WoW that like I don't find interesting, clever, or funny at all that the WoW community just loves. The what sword bit. Like every single interview I'm like trying to go over what questions I'm gonna ask, and they're like, you should ask what sword, and I'm just like, what? Like, this is the most unfunny, uninteresting thing to ask them. I mean, yeah, it's probably like super hilarious and funny. I just don't get it or think it's interesting. Both a Liquid and Echo World First is kind of cool. They got it this year. I know it sucks for you, but to see the one, but for the community, it's awesome. No, it fucking sucks. I don't care about that. I don't give a fuck what it does for the community. I want to win only. Winning good, lose bad. Okay. Hashtag church? Yeah, fucking, yup. Do I want to game or do I want to sit and talk? I kind of want to sit and talk for a bit, but I definitely want a game too. Move camera back. Okay. Windwalker? No, guys. I'm sorry. I've decided with Windwalker, there's no... It's just too much. It's too much. The difference in aspects is too much. For me, at this point, for me to play a new character that is just starting out with no crests or anything... I mean, it's just I'm not doing it. I can't do it. I won't do it until they do something with alts getting crests faster or upgrades being cheaper or something. It's just I don't want to play Monk bad enough to warrant the hours and hours and hours of mindless grinding. It just doesn't sound fun. Just get started and you'll get into it. I won't. Yeah, I know myself pretty well. It's just too long. Like, dude, if it was like 200 crests and I could be caught up with everyone else, it'd be fine. But bro, 1,000? I mean, it's an insane number. You could have been capped already. I could have been capped already if I just mindlessly grinded for like 30 hours. I just no. I'm just simply no. There's no other, yeah. Quite simply no. Should give Willie's video a watch. It's an interesting question for Classic on how far it might go. Oh, I don't care about Classic really at all, yeah. We can see, though. Let's see if we got any good Warcraft YouTube things. Let's see. How Blizzard can stop future Mythic Plus God comps. Oh, that's probably pretty interesting. Although sometimes Jack like has a good idea and then he just kind of waffles for a bit. He's a good talker though. Curse of Suigetsu is on YouTube. Alright, I'll fucking watch this for once. You've been spamming this for weeks. Where the fuck is it? Curse of Suigetsu. Alright, 81 views. Fucking, he is an evil wizard. Alright. And this is all the time Suigetsu fucking trolled the shit out of my keys. Magical powers is he can just instantly brick keys. That is so fucking loud. That's almost a... Oh, wait. Did you do the intro like opulence on purpose? That's actually fucking hilarious. He is an evil wizard. And his magical powers is he can just instantly brick keys. We have a res. That guy died, but we have a res. Wait, I don't even remember this one. That was you? Shot, you rat. What the? No fucking shot, you rat. Yeah, also the audio, I can barely hear it. And we don't have time. All right. Oh, this one got me so good. I hate when tanks do this. They pull bosses and don't taunt and just let people die. We've been sitting here for like 20 seconds, by the way. We pull the boss. Look, the boss gets pulled. I see a sigil on the ground. I see it aggro to the tank. So I naturally fucking go in to hit him. All right. And then I just get meleeed because he didn't taunt on pull. Oh my god, tank's not taunting on pull. Sends me to the fucking Shadow Realm. I said I can kite for a while, I think. I can kite for a while, I think. And then what he does is he rescues me through the wall into a tornado and kills me. I'm gonna scream. I hope. And he DC'd me. I have to show you a clip after this.
Oh, nice kill. Shark Shoes in a 1v3. Shark Shoes with the 2. Shark Shoes with the 3. The man is just cutting them all down. He made it happen.
I love him. Clayton's a goddamn beast. Why is that in this clip? That has nothing to do with you. That is a legendary clip, though. I've gone out to dinner with him a few times after this and seen him at parties and stuff. He's an OG. I did not know him at this point, though.
Made it happen. He's not trapped in here with them. They're trapped in here with him. Shark Shoes.
Oh yeah, Sugetsu key. Wait, that was me. I was Shark Shoes. Max, I was Shark Shoes. You're saying that you were Shark Shoes in the League game? Did you just copy my fucking name? Are you impersonating me on these League of Legends streets?
The man is just cutting them all down in here.
Wait, what happened here? What happened on the jailer?
Mic drop by this guy. Right before the pull, they're like, bro, I'm not going to int for your parse. Turns out they inted against their will, and he still did it. Holy fuck. He was like, let me solo heal or whatever. And then, like, he wanted the healers to die, and then he did. And then on my stream, he goes up to my character, and in /say says, by the way, looking for a guild, and then fucking blocked me.
That wasn't you. Oh yeah, this is Sugetsu key.
Safe send.
Look at the name. What name?
And in /say says,
what,
by
federal crime?
the way, looking for a guild, and then fucking blocked me.
Nah, bro.
Safe send. Ooh, dead healer, that's bad.
All right. That was pretty good.
Where's that guy?
All right, I do want to maybe look at the Jack video though. Here, where is it? Where's this automatic Jack video? Wait. It's gone from my recommended. Why not? Wait, we put out Mythic guides? 6 days ago? 7 days? What?
Hello and welcome to Team Liquid Strategy.
Oh, Kalamazoo does these.
Although you can fixate a player, you're baiting lava geysers and barrier harder. Position can help boss. You should not have to play for every iota.
Okay, I have 2 questions. Why are we releasing these so late? Like, it's not even like it was needed for production value or something. Like, it's just talking over our kill.
Hello and welcome. Alien range partitions naturally. So
Production takes a while?
damage from more than one coiling around partitions.
What production value? It's just someone talking and it's clips of our kill.
Live as far into the end range as possible. This occurs after the 4th.
It also is getting negative viewers because it wasn't advertised. I mean, honestly, if it was linked on my channel, it'd probably do a lot better. And that doesn't really matter. They're probably doing it to grow Team Liquid MMO's channel or whatever. That just seems strange. I don't know. I feel like if you're going to release guides, you could actually do it like... I used to actually release some guides and I like went pretty in depth. But they were like specifically for raid leaders though. I stopped doing them because they didn't get a lot of viewers. But people got really mad at me for that because apparently people really, really liked them who raid led. But like very similar to my other raid leading content, there's just not a lot of raid leaders, so it's not content that a lot of people watch. I'm gonna watch the Jack series here. Automatic Jack. What the fuck? Automatic Jack. How? Okay, what could his take be here? How Blizzard can stop future Mythic Plus God comps. Okay, 1 second. I'm going to watch this and then we're going to game a little bit. I am playing hockey tonight. Let me just double check when that is. Fuck, I forgot to go to the vet today. That's great. That's insane. All right, cool. 1 second. Not for anything pressing, just like some booster shots and shit, but I love forgetting to do stuff. Amen. Let me double check. I am playing tonight at 7:15, which means I need to leave by like 6:30, 6:15. So I have like 2 hours or so. Yeah, we have enough time to do some keys after. Cool. All right.
Hey, what's going on, guys? It's Jack. While it's still early in Season 3 and balance feels pretty good, there is always the concern of the exotic...
Does balance actually feel good right now? I actually feel like balance is in a... So it's not what balance was like at the beginning of 10.1. 10.1 was insane. I think that was... I mean, I've heard people say, and I think it's the most balanced that Mythic Plus has ever been. There was like 3 good tanks. Every healer was good. And like there was just a million DPS you could have played with, and then 10.1.5 happened. What are like what's the meta thing? Oh, this Banshee guy keeps tweeting it. He probably shows it. I don't know if I follow him, but shit. Banshee WoW maybe? His name is Banshee for sure. Banshee IRL. Oh, here we go. Cool. They're a Swiftie. Very cool. Here it is. After 6 weeks of the season, here's the recap. Tanks, very small changes. It looks like the top tank players are swapping Team Vengeance and Prop Pally depending on the dungeon. Healers, I guess that makes sense. Healers, third straight week of new #1 for healers is Restored Druid Sneaks by Mistweavers. DPS mages had the largest jump, not surprising. Add a scuffed FAQ slide. Sure. So this is healers and tanks. This is interesting. In the grand scheme of things, I still think this is actually a good season for tanks. I think Vengeance just has like way too much control in dungeons, and Prop Pally has like way too much utility. But like even in a season where you can forget 4 of the tanks and just 2 of them basically share the the top spot, that's better than most seasons, because most seasons it's like 80% one tank. But I would just say Dragonflight in general has not looked like that, except for Bear at the end of last season, but not the beginning. But the thing is a lot of these classes can do very, very high keys. Like, these classes aren't bad. Which is good. Healers I know a lot less about. Preservation Evoker, I don't think this is true to their power. I think it's just simply... For a healer spot and a key, AUG is brought so much right now, but we'll get into how I think that's going to change soon. But AUG is brought so much right now that you just... Bringing 2 evokers isn't... I mean, evokers actually have a lot of utility. Like, bringing a second evoker is... If you're going to bring a second of any class to any dungeon just purely based on, like, value, not, like, healing damage, stuff like that, like, just the utility, the value you bring... I mean, evokers, bringing another evoker brings you a ton, right? You get like a second Zephyr, you get a second like Cauterize, you get a second Rescue Shield. I mean, it's definitely like a lot of group benefit, a lot of stops, you know, a lot of group benefit. But it makes sense that it's like this. Like, I just don't think this means they're bad. Like, this isn't a scale of how good all of these things are. It is like Evoker's way better than that. It's just a comp thing. Shaman doesn't really bring anything to your group. Paladin does. But Prop Paladin exists. But, like, I think if you have a healer season, like, I know perfect world is you can bring every single healer to every key, but I think objectively a healer season where the breakdown is almost roughly thirds between the top 3 best, that is a good good balance. Like, if you're someone who's maybe one of these classes, you're like, no, it sucks, but like, really, like, if you don't care about if you're not biased in any way, like, you would hope for that in any given season. That is good. That is historically good healer balance. Okay, and then DPS. I mean, DPS now is better than you think. So Havoc is still, like, insane. It's been nerfed, like, 3 times. Rogue is, like, honestly just as good as Havoc, in my opinion, for doing a lot of these keys. I think Mage is just as good. I think Warlock is probably just as good as Havoc, honestly. Like, Warlock fucking owns. And Evoker, we've already talked about Evoker a lot. I said this at the beginning of the season. Evoker is a nice... clean like 7 to 12% DPS loss over not running an evoker right now if you're looking at just pure throughput, which is a big fucking number. So, but you guys know the deal. They bring you a lot of consistency, a lot of safety in keys, and a lot of the times right now, very simply, when you're looking to time a key, you know that if you just live all the way through it, you will time it. At the very, very top keys, that's going to eventually not become the case. You are eventually fighting the timer. When that becomes the case, I think you're going to see more and more groups actually look to drop Evoker, especially during certain affixes. Like, it's really hard to drop them with, like, current affixes. And, like they're just, for some reason, there's only one class in the game with an AoE Soothe, and then also they're great for Afflicted. But I think, like, on non-affix specific weeks, I think you will see more and more top teams drop Evoker, and then that will happen down the ladder as well. So this isn't a good example this week because Raging exists, like I told you. But last week, there wasn't any really AUG specific affixes. And I just pugged most of my keys. I was doing, like, I don't know what I was doing on Tyrannical last week. Like, you know, mostly, like, I don't know, 27s, 26s. Almost all in the group finder, though. These are just pug keys. And a lot of groups didn't bring AUG. And sometimes they did, but it seemed like the group leaders in the pug 26 to 27 range were very easily willing to just drop the Evoker if they could get a Lust some other way. And I think that's pretty significant because that's not how it was last season. That's not how it was at the beginning of this season. But it shows that even in the pug levels, people are willing to try other things, which is usually not the case with AUGs. So, and that could be a couple reasons. Number one, AUGs are just like #1 key griefers right now. They are griefing keys hard. But I think relatively this is decent balance. Like, 10.1 was probably the best it's ever been. Season 4 of Shadowlands had really good balance. It was like, you know, you could play Rogue, Fire Mage, Windwalker, Survival Hunter, Warlock. I think I might have already said Warlock. And there was one more. Like, there was 6 classes that were really good. Right now you have like 4. Hunters are great too, a little squishier near the top level. But like, I think you're going to see this Evoker thing drop, and I think you'll see a lot more of these 4 in particular. But I think there's a lot of classes that are really good. So decent balance, anyways. That's by the way, that is top tier Asmongold level, making a 40-minute video out of like a 30-second clip. I just did like a fucking 10-minute rant 7 seconds into this fucking video, and he just said, right now balance is good. Let's go. I'm on the top of my game right now.
Comp coming back. And one of the biggest reasons, I think, for an Exodia comp to ever be existing in a Mythic Plus environment is when there's too much friction in being able to form your...
Okay, let's stop again, and this isn't even for like meme reasons. How many times in WoW has there been an Exodia comp? And what I mean by that is like, okay, so like last season was an example. Like the specific comp, not most parts of it, not always one tank, always one healer. I mean 5 classes that like all synergize with each other insanely well, all have insanely good buffs. Like, has that ever happened before? Because like, I don't think it has. It's happened like 3 times. Season 3 Shadowlands was Blood Decay. I don't remember the healer. And you ran Destro Lock and Survival Hunter, and you could run either like 2 Destro Locks and a Survival Hunter. You could run you could run Windwalker, Survival Hunter, Destro Lock. I don't think Season 3 and Season 4 is right. I think you guys are overusing you're stretching to just make it work. That's not actually true, because you played other DPS and you swapped around that comp a lot. It's not like last season you would swap around and bring, you know, 2 Shadow Priests and an AUG or something. Like, no, you brought the exact comp, right? I don't know if that's ever happened, even in triple Rogue seasons, even in triple Windwalker, MDI. So like there was never actually something like last season. Last season was very unique, I think. Yeah, almost all those things were 4 out of 5. Yeah, not 5 out of 5. Anyways, back to the video.
Group from the very beginning. Dungeons, notably, are going to have various dispel profiles, whether there's poisons, diseases, curses, and sometimes they're weighted more heavily or less heavily, depending on the dungeons you're in. Notably, for example, you're going to have some dungeons back in the day like Halls of Atonement, where you really needed a curse dispel. But then you might go into Waycrest Manor, and it's nice to have, but not mandatory to have. Whereas having disease dispel in that dungeon...
Right now, bro, there's nothing you could argue as an Exodia comp right now. There's actually so much good stuff you can play right now in dungeons.
Would be mandatory to have, because it makes a really big difference both on
right now is like the opposite of that
fight, but also on a lot of the trash mobs that are casting dispellable diseases onto players. And so that's a huge difference. You also have to deal with battle res, bloodlust, and a number of buffs which increase survivability and increase damage to a large margin, where you might have like caster comps or melee comps that are all built specifically to engineer the maximum damage or survivability altogether. I think that when balance for the DPS specs or tank specs is usually really strong, all of the healers are balanced pretty well to...
Dude, oh, that's actually a really good point. That like the DPS balance kind of does determine the healer balance. Like, if you have a bunch of good classes, you can bring a bunch of different healers. Like last patch, because tank and DPS comp was so locked in, you didn't really have a choice at healer, right? You didn't really want to bring a Resto Druid because you always had a Guardian Druid. Like, that stuff matters. The reason you don't play a Preservation Evoker in the last 2 seasons is really because you're already playing an AUG and you're doubling up. It's the same thing for Resto and Guardian or Resto and Moonkin. Like, there being a bunch of different options increases the viability because you can actually get into keys. Like, if you're a Resto Druid getting into keys, it's a lot easier when like there isn't a Guardian Druid in every group. That's just a fact, right? So like, and it doesn't mean to be that Guardian is bad. It's just like only if something else is good too. So because there's multiple tanks and healers right now, it actually enables both those things to be more diverse.
Heal through the damage, and I will say
double DH is viable now though. Yeah, it's viable. Yeah, I mean it's good. I don't know if it's like super bis though. Like you could, in any comp right now, if you're running a Vengeance DH and you decided to run no Havoc, but you played AUG Mage Rogue, I think that would be perfectly fine. Like, I don't think you're like losing out by having that. I think Havoc is awesome, but like, you'd be able to time any key that a key with double Havoc would be able to do. If you didn't have a Vengeance DH, and you played a paladin, and you just, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's good, but it's not like required or bis.
They've actually done a pretty active job about balancing healers' output, even damage output in a dungeon environment, much more so than they've done in other expansions. The problem is that healers can often be chosen to fill in the gaps for all of these groups.
Correct, yeah.
Because there is so much free.
Except monks. Monks aren't really filling in any gap. Monks actually have a lot of good utility, but do people really think of them when they join keys? Like with a druid, you're like, oh, you get Mark of the Wild. But like monks bring pretty close to Mark of the Wild with 8% increased healing, 4% avoidance, and fizz damage. Like if you combine everything, it's like pretty close, the total amount of all of those things. But I don't think people really think about that. They're more just like monks can heal through anything.
Friction in these dungeons and how you are able to build a working composition, of course. You can make
4% avoidance is nuts. Yeah.
Anything that makes
the only thing that's cringe about monk is that your class tree is unbelievably cringe to get all of those
the
things.
path of least resistance that much smoother is, of course, going to be taken by these players. And so that's where it really comes down to where healers are imbalanced, or this healer dominates others, or other tanks are dominating others, when the utility of one of those roles is so powerful, and they also are bringing the damage, the healing, whatever out.
Yeah, like Resto Druid is good right now, but the best thing that Resto Druid has going for it is that Feral, Moonkin, and Guardian are all not considered meta DPS or tanks. That's true. Like Resto Druid being the best of all of the orange classes is the best thing you could hope for because Mark of the Wild is great. That is probably the biggest reason for their I mean, Resto Druids are also good. They do really sick damage in cat form. They're really good healers in dungeons, right? But like the most important thing is that all of those things are not in the comp.
Put on top of it. In Dragonflight Season 1, we had a really good mix of strong damage dealers, tanks, and healers on hand.
This Season 1, yeah.
You were able to mix and match your compositions a lot. You might have, let's say, all of the monk specs being in a good position, but you wouldn't put 3 of the monks in the same group. You wouldn't put Brew, Mistweaver, Windwalker all in the same group because you'd miss out on a lot of your buffs. Instead, you would be able to have a monk and a paladin, or a monk and a demon hunter, and you would be able to merge the groups together by bringing in a really big mix of different classes.
Actually, I bet Moonkin is really good right now. Are people bringing Moonkins to? Let's see. I mean, you could definitely play Moonkin. I just wonder where it caps out or becomes like a little bit less value. Let's see. Time to run leaderboards. There we go. We got the Chinese teams playing a Moonkin. It is only them, right? Is there any Western teams playing a Moonkin? Oh, this team's good. The Kira Hearthjacks. I remember them from the MDI last time. Or TGP, sorry. Looks like they only in certain keys, maybe. It looks like certain weeks they played with like a slightly different comp. I mean, yeah, I mean they're up here. They're definitely doing good. I mean, the Moonkin's only issue is like they do really bad on burst small pulls, but that's like not a high key problem. And they do really bad at surviving. Like Moonkins are just like the squishiest class in the game. But the thing is, if you look at the comps they're playing with unkillable classes, right? So if you need someone to give your external to or give your evoker shield to, with current healer and DPS balance, you can kind of carry one squishy person. Like I remember doing pugs, and like sometimes I, as a demon hunter who will never need this, is getting like rescue shielded by evokers before AoE. And it's because like the only other person in the group is like a warlock and they don't need it as much or something. So like if you did have a squishier DPS, you could enable one person for sure with how much external stuff's in the game right now. Especially with a prop paladin.
Have the same specs altogether. This is nice and it's cool to
yeah, mages and warlocks and demon hunters are all built like absolute trucks.
Seeing all the different colors together, you got to keep in mind there's a lot of different classes on a lot of different specs in the game at this point. And so always having a different class and always trying to play with different classes also really forces people down the path of like avoiding other people who play their same class, because you need to have a massively wide range of different buffs and debuffs to apply to enemies and shutdowns, and on it goes. That's where we got into the situation of like Season 2, where Augmentation Evoker was obviously too strong. It was basically a support spec, even though they said it wasn't a support spec. It was also bringing the Bloodlust.
Yeah, that was so stupid. Like, it's just a DPS spec. Like, no, it was never them ever saying that it was just another DPS spec is so false. It was so clearly
the poison
support.
Dispel. It was bringing extra survivability, way too much damage, and buffing the healers and the tanks all together. And so you had this one spec that brings things that nobody else is able to bring, and then you start forming a composition around those benefits and who receives the greatest amount of those benefits to be able to level up your keys to the highest possible. Now, they've done a number of nerfs to Augmentation Evoker thus far, but we're still seeing it really heavily represented in a Keystone environment.
Yeah. I think you're gonna. I'm telling you, man. Outside of Raging Weeks, I think in a month to 2 months, I think you're going to see Aug Evokers very, very rarely on this list.
And that's only going to continue.
I'll fucking say it.
Pushing into higher level M+. Now that we're over
It's
a
just,
month in
it is a massive damage loss.
to the patch, this is the point in the
Eventually
season
that
where
will
everyone's
matter.
going to start kind of coalescing and finding out what the path to least resistance is, and finding out which of the specs is going to make sure they have the easiest time possible to clear through it. We've done some meta spotlights and everything in the past. Prop Halley and Vengeance Demon Hunter are looking really strong. There's a good mix of healers that are doing really high keys. Aug is still...
I think the problem is their supports. I don't think the damage is the stop. Bro, at some point it is. Like, there's no way to avoid this. The best players always find out a way to live. And once you're getting into 30s, which people are getting into now, timers become problems at certain key levels. It depends on the key level. Like, on a Taldazar, it might be a 32. On a Rise, it might be a 29, you know? But, like, eventually you are bricked by the timer without having to try to do crazy things. And the choice will be, do we do these crazy pulls that seem impossible, or do we just drop the AUG and live without the AUG? Here's the thing. Here's why I think it'll happen. If your comp in a season was like Enhanced Shaman, Moonkin, like some real squishy shit, I could see that. But the comp you would bring right now is some combination, if you were not playing AUG Evoker. It might be Moonkin, but it's most likely a combination of Rogue, Demon Hunter, Mages, and Warlocks. What do you guys think all of those 4 classes have in common? They're built like fucking houses. They are unkillable. Those classes are not going to be the thing holding you back in a hierarchy. They're unkillable as fuck, right? So it basically just becomes, does your healer live at that point, right? So like saying you can drop AUG, like how do you do it? Like they have really good stops, but that comp has really good stops too. So especially with the Vengeance DH. So saying like, oh, you can't drop AUG is such like, I can tell you there are not high-end groups that are saying this. Like I promise you they will find a way to drop AUG.
Super high up.
Unless they like buff AUG's damage, but AUG's damage is fucking piss in dungeons.
Demonology, even Fire Mage look to be on the rise. Havoc Demon Hunter is insane. And we don't really have any other class changes or even any other hints of class changes kind of coming around the corner. And so this might be the area where people get the pressure to re-roll, people get the pressure to be mixing things up a little bit more, and that is where it trickles down into lower groups as a result of finding
what a horrible mechanic
that path of least resistance. But how do we get out of that area where you're always trying to build this perfect meta composition and the argument of, well, there's always a best comp and you can't stop people from wanting to chase the meta? Well, in an ideal world, you might get a Dragonflight Season 1 where the spec balance is so good.
You can stop people from chasing the meta though by just having more classes be good. Like it's not okay. Yes, there's like perceived metas after MDIs and TGPs. Like the group finder is a little bit more locked down because what people just saw over the weekend. Like that is true. That's happened for years and years and years. I think it happens earlier in the season than the TGP now because people would just pay more attention to that kind of stuff. But like, it's not just we're only going to invite this comp. Like if there are multiple good classes, the community has shown you like season 1 Dragonflight, season 2 Dragonflight before temp 1.5. Like people will bring and invite all of those classes if they do well enough when they are invited and you see them, right? Like I don't think it's like, oh, there is always going to be a god comp or thing that people invite. Like, no, the reason that temp 1.5 was like that was because those classes were actually way too fucking good, right? And then they changed that, and now it's a lot different, so...
That people are able to build a variety of different group compositions based on their needs. But also, there's a number of areas of the game that could actually have good homogenization. And I know whenever that word gets used, it's always that visceral response of like, don't homogenize anything. And I
Oh,
understand.
but that's something
I
that's
will
interesting
say-
though. The AUG, we can get into this homogenation take in a second, but that isn't going to be true for a lot of people that are like watching this stream. Like if you are someone who's like doing 25s through 27s, maybe you're not doing like really, really top, like level 30 keys with like a dedicated group and comms and stuff. Those are the groups where it's all about, WoW is all about problem solving. And the dropping AUG thing is a solution to the problem of the timer is too tight and we need more damage. Right? And the problem that AUG usually solves is helps you live. Well, can we solve the living thing without needing an AUG? The answer to that I can promise you is yes. You just absolutely can with what classes are good right now. But the thing is when you're pugging a 26 and 27, you might be playing with AUGs for the rest of the patch, because when you're doing a 26 or 27, you are not fighting the timer, except for maybe Rise, and you don't have a lot of damage. You're not fighting the timer. You are fighting being alive, and AUGs are objectively better at keeping the group alive than pretty much any other class. So like you will probably still play with AUGs. I'm talking like very, very, very high, and I think you can play without them too, but like very, very high level problem solving, high level keys. AUG is going to look more and more like, let's get this class the fuck out of here, except for Raging, which again, it really needs to be pointed out that there's only one class in the game that can AoE soothe, and Raging exists. Makes literally no sense.
Paladin did get a battle res in Dragonflight, and I don't think it really did much to ruin the experience of other specs in the game that had battle res. I also think that if they went as far as giving other...
What is it? Horseboy Heroic is in the group finder. Someone's pugging Heroic using your name right now. I respect that. Firac, Horseboy Run, AOTC only. That is actually just someone else. That's fine. I'm going to sign up. Maybe he'll invite me. Then it'll be true. Let's go. This is my run. Hey, man. I was told to put it. Yeah, I respect the hustle. 1 second. My bird got out. All right, back to the video.
Their specs battle res, or even making it role based, like giving it to all healers, maybe making it role based to give lust to certain damage dealers, maybe melee damage dealers, having less dispels or less differing dispels that would have such massive requirements, or maybe changing all mandatory dispels into magical effects and having diseases, poisons,
What is he cooking right now?
curses be nice little extras. I think the way Waycrest does their curses is actually quite good, but the way poisons exist or diseases exist in Darkheart Thicket, and yes, they do at the end of the dungeon, those are all mandatory dispels. Otherwise, somebody's gonna die or, you know, get very, very close to
Are dispels weird and bad this season? I feel like... So Blizzard, I feel like, did an underrated change. And the reason it was underrated is because Priests felt like they were over-nerfed. Shadow Priests, for example. They were over-nerfed. But like them making Mass Dispel a 2-minute cooldown was one of the best decisions they've made in a long time. For a few reasons. Number one, it means it isn't the de facto solution to like multiple affixes and pulls in dungeons to where you need a priest. It allows them to do more debuff related things without Mass Dispel. Because Mass Dispel is just simply too strong at 45 seconds or whatever cooldown it was, 30, to be doing it that frequently. And it helps priests because while priests want to be viable, that's great. What priests don't want is to be pressing mass. No healer spec or DPS spec of priest wants to be pressing Mass Dispel on cooldown. Like, it's just annoying. So definitely shout out them for that change, for sure.
Do it without a major defensive on hand. Those are examples of a bad Dispel profile that you have to deal with. And I think being able to add a measured level of homogenization to the things that provide lots of friction to the dungeons is actually insanely important. If you don't have a disease dispel for your tank at the end of Darkheart Thicket, where they get a massive healing reduction that must be dispelled, your tank will just die. The poisoners in Darkheart Thicket will have massive ticking damage, and the players will explode whenever the debuff expires if it's not dispelled.
Need some poison, boys.
Really, really punishing for not having the poison dispel. We even saw it at the start of the expansion with Algathar Academy on the tree boss, where the
anyone else missed this dungeon?
stacking poison.
What a dungeon.
I hope this comes back in the next season.
Poisons would eventually get to
I
a
love
point
this
where
dungeon.
they would kill you off your tank, and not having the poison.
I think this is my favorite
Dragonflight
Dragonflight dungeon.
Back to the beginning of the dungeon.
I think I'd rather
There's
do
a number of
Alcathar than
those
every other
things
dungeon.
that don't actually ruin people's gameplay experience, but they sort of just exist to push you to invite other
Oh,
classes
Brackenhide also
and
is awesome,
not
yeah.
other specializations within your class as a result. I think that the game, and M+ in particular, would actually work well for this, and there is precedence to a lot of this where how raid buffs used to work back in the day. You used to be able to have a lot of overlap with classes bringing the same raid buffs. You would have, I believe it was like Druid and Paladin
Yeah,
bringing
something
like
needs to be
Blessing of
done with
Kings,
raid
Mark of the
buffs, I
Wild,
think.
and they were doing the same buff. You would have, I think, Shaman and Priest would both bring stamina to the raid. Hunter would notably have their pets, and they'd have a whole host of pets that could fill in buffs for the group to be able to change
Yeah,
around
the
buff
game
depending on
desperately.
what the
It not about if you don't care about theme or whatever, you're just like the game desperately needs
needs
shit like
of
that.
composition were. Those things did a really, really good job of reducing friction in the group and allowing you to welcome more people into your group just based off their personality or their gameplay or whatever that isn't directly related to their class identity. And as a result, I think provides a lot more enjoyable of a gameplay experience. I don't think everybody should have Warlock Gateway. I don't think everybody should have speed boosts. I don't think everybody should be having those kind of abilities that are very active.
No one's gonna
and
argue against
noticeable
that.
in your gameplay. But I think the specs that just bring a buff and you're just bringing them to bring a buff to the table don't really add a lot to the equation. And then there's the question of,
Y'all ever heard Jack talk about his crock pot?
well, is this going to bring back like triple rogue compositions like we saw in BFA, or is it going to bring like all the warlocks we saw in Moth that get crazy stacked or something?
He
in a
fucking
raid
loves that
environment?
thing.
Because we're not.
Or maybe it's an
forced
air
to be
fryer. I don't know
bringing,
what it is.
Let's say a druid like in the latest Race to World.
I don't know. I don't know if it was like crock pot or air fryer or something, but that guy at TwitchCon last year, not this year's, but last year's one, he like held my shoulders and looked at me in my eyes, and like for 10 straight minutes he just told me about how much he loved his crock pot.
First and a Mirror still, just so we can have Mark of the Wild. Well, maybe, but also
like,
I don't
damn,
think
bro.
that we should be worrying about what the Race to World First teams are doing as a sign of overall balance. Or also, they should be looking to balance the game in a position where you do want to be bringing everything to the table.
I mean, I feel like what we brought this tier was an indication of bad balance. Like, we brought raid buffs, and then we brought 2 of all of the classes that were definitely way too good. BM Hunters, way too good. Rogues, way too good. Demon Hunters, way too good. Enhanced Shamans. Enhanced Shaman was kind of, like, on the edge, but, like, ended up running another one of those. Like, all the classes that we brought were nerfed multiple times and are still really good. So, I mean, we were definitely exploiting not good balance. Like, but, I mean, that's just the rework thing, man. It's so weird. Current WoW is so weird because like a new patch comes out and just all of the classes that were reworked in that patch are just fucking insane. It's happened for so many times. I guess the only one that wasn't really like that was like Ret. Ret wasn't insane, but it was like a lot better. But the rest of them have been like game-breakingly good.
As they have made specific mechanics where priests are mind-controlling random dudes to jump them off platforms, why aren't they actually in a position where they're making mechanics that are requiring certain classes or specializations? Oh wait, they did. Farak literally put magic debuffs on the entire raid, which required a revival, and nothing else was going to work unless you had the...
Yeah, I don't like that though. Well, I don't know. Like, I've asked them this in interviews before. They're okay on end bosses incentivizing certain specs and classes, and they don't do it a lot. Like, how many end bosses have they like required things? So they required 2 evokers on Razageth. They required 1 Mistweaver on Fireak. They required 2 warlocks on Gahoon. They required Moonkins for chains. Nah, you could do chains without. I mean, you brought 1 usually for your raid buff, but you didn't need like 4 Moonkins. Rogues on KJ? You didn't need rogues on KJ either. They wasn't to the level of those things. We're talking about like literally required by strat, yeah. Gahoon was 2 min for most used. Yeah, I know what Gahoon was, but I said 2 for a reason. You only needed 2, yeah. Like Blizzard didn't require you to bring 4. That's not true. It was 2. Immunities on N'Zoth. Oh, very good point. But I mean, like, the thing is like, you didn't need any more immunities on N'Zoth than you already brought to your comp via raid buffs and, like, popular classes, though. You didn't need to, like, class stack them. They were just there. On Argus, you needed to stack them. Yeah, you needed it, which was so funny. I'm not... Okay, this is about to go on a huge tangent, so I'm not going to do it, but it was really funny that, like, after Tomb of Sargeras, Blizzard was like, all right, we're doing the immunities are too important bit again. We're going to make immunities not do anything. And then they didn't make them do anything for all of Antorus, except for Varimathras, which was like a mistake. Like, they didn't work. They intentionally didn't work, but they did for hunters for some reason. And then, like, for the entire raid, immunities didn't do anything, and they didn't save you. And then on the last phase of the last boss, they were like the most important thing in the world. It was so funny.
Entire raid go dwarf and save their dwarf abilities for that specific moment in time. So there's already precedence there.
Locks
I would
on
argue
Denathrius?
if Race to World first.
I mean, you needed one lock on Mythic Denathrius, but you need one lock all the time. Lock is a required raid buff, right? It brings you Hellstones, wipe recovery. Like, there ain't people killing Mythic end bosses without Warlocks in their main raid comp. I mean, it's right. So, like, anytime there's one required, it's not surprising, and it's not something to talk about on a Mythic end boss. It's more like multiple or like specific specs that you wouldn't otherwise need.
Or some turbo high M plus type of setup that is totally unrealistic for the rest of the game community happens, it happens. And that shouldn't be a problem for the other 99% of players. I think there's way too much stress for the common individual getting into an M plus environment or even getting into a raid environment where you need to check off all these buffs regardless of the performance of that player, and that you're shoehorned into bringing classes just for the sake of the buffs that they bring to everybody else. And it's actually just not a positive thing. They continue to be able to add it on into the raid as you see all of these different specs that are added for this kind of poison that the rogue's bringing, the Hunter's Mark, the Wind Fury Totem, and then specs like Ellie Shaman who just don't bring any buff or just never brought, right?
Yeah, the Ellie,
like,
bro, the Ellie Shaman thing is so fun. Like, since the end of Shadowlands all the way through here, so the beta of Dragonflight, end of Shadowlands all the way through now, they have basically, we had 7 required raid spots to raid buffs, and now throughout a full expansion, they have basically added double that, and we are... Wait, let's actually do the math again. I have a spreadsheet that shows exactly what I'm trying to talk about here. It's going to take me a second to find it because I haven't opened it since before the race world first, and we have an absolute armada of spreadsheets during the race, but I'm pretty sure it's like an untitled spreadsheet. Like, well, this was Dratnos's race to world first raid comp prediction from my video, which he did end up fixing it. I'm going to make this a little less bright. He did end up fixing at some point, but this was like his original prediction. So let's just actually talk about the classes you need in a raid. So let's forget tank. Let's tank and healer not relevant. Damage is not relevant. Just purely numbers. Okay. All right, so what do you need in a raid? Like, what is required in a raid? It's like DH buff. It's monk buff. It's priest buff. It's mage, priest, warlock. Yeah, mage, warlock. Druid. Rogue, warrior, enhance, you could say. Enhance is not literally, it's not a like a required raid buff, but it usually gives enough damage to the melee you're already bringing, also due to raid buffs, that it ends up warranting enough. Like, enhance would have to be bottom fragging to not be good enough, and it also brings really good utility. I usually put DK here. DK players hate this because they don't have a all-the-time raid buff like warriors and rogues and druids and stuff like that. But in my opinion, they're here for one reason. You need grips and multiple fights a raid. And because of that, you need your DK to be geared for those fights. So you end up running them in your raid comp. And you've run them for like the last million end bosses because you need grips on them, or the second to last boss.
So they always end up getting played for that reason. You as a DK might not like that because you're like, I wish we had something else. But like that doesn't take away from the fact that you are brought for that exact reason. Like imagine doing Mythic Fire Act right now without grips. Like ain't no fucking way. Ain't no way, right? So yeah, you always bring them. You've been brought to so many end bosses in a row. Just know that that's how that is. Okay. What else do we got? I think we're nearing the like. Oh, sorry, 2 paladins. So funny enough, I've been saying that 2 paladin was bis for this whole expansion because of Red Aura existing. That was turbo not true until halfway through this raid. So Red Aura was the most fake raid buff of all time. If you ever looked at your uptime on it, it was insanely bad and you had to do very degen things to get it. Halfway through this raid, they fixed it. Now you basically have 100% uptime on Red Aura, and it is like you cannot not have this buff in the raid. It's very, very insane. So both of these are required at all times. And Hunters too. I would argue Hunter. So you could argue that like Hunter isn't needed. Like there's certain bosses where like the damage you do in P1 doesn't translate to boss damage at the end of the fight. Actually Fire Act is one of them. Razageth is technically one of them, but the thing is it's still something you'd always want in progression. There's usually really, really good turtles. They're not super squishy anymore. They're frequently good damage dealers. But more importantly, a lot of the times where P1 doesn't transfer to the rest of the fight, the P1 is really hard, and having extra damage during specifically that phase is really helpful. Like for example, Razageth, having 5% extra damage for almost all of P1 of Razageth would have been fucking incredible. Like you would have not missed the DPS check, at least in progression week 1. You would have not missed the DPS check like so much more. You would have had so much better progression. Not to mention you can like use this on ads that spawn and stuff like that. It's very worth it. So Hunter's good for sure. I would argue Hunters are still squishy. Hunters are squishy against rot damage compared to like the really, really strong ones, but they are not squishy against big raid AoEs. Like they have a lot of buttons to live the whole raid taking a lot of damage at one point, but like they're not one of the top tier classes for living like a really hard hitting dot for 15 seconds. So yeah, but there are classes squishier than Hunter. I would not say Hunter, like in a raid environment, Hunters are not usually very squishy. They're squishy at certain mechanics. They're not in the tier of tankiness that like mages and rogues and ret paladins and demon hunters are at, and windwalkers are at, right? But they are warlocks are at, but they're not in the lower tier either. They're like an average tankiness class. You're not afraid of Hunters living on fights, good ones at least. You're wrong about enhance. They are not required. Yeah, they are. If enhance has Wind Fury, you will use one of these in every single raid comp on basically every boss for the history of WoW after this. Yeah. Okay. So that's basically it, except we missed one main thing. That you need an evoker. Technically that's not true, but like I think they bring enough sauce. Like they have a 1 hour raid buff, but that 1 hour raid buff isn't very strong. It's the other stuff they bring. And then now because AUG exists, basically this just means 2 AUGs. So as long as you can stack 2 Ebon Mites on the same player, and at highest levels of optimization, you can have your AUG evokers buffing in every single Ebon Mite window. Let's just say they're 30 seconds apart every time. Like every 30 seconds is a different window. I know it's not exactly that time, but for the sake of argument, in a lower ranked guild, you're usually AUGing your best players. And in that scenario, that's pretty good. But what you can do at the highest level is every single 30-second window, every ad spawn, whatever, every set of roots, you can make sure you are buffing exactly the 4 people in your raid that are doing the most damage at that point, which is not always the same 4 people. And that makes them bis for the rest of eternity. They are insanely OP. You will always bring 2 of these to your raid unless they change the way that AUG works. if you care about being optimal. So then you have 5 raid spots. And then if you actually apply this to like what a normal raid comp looks like, I'll show you what that looks like. Okay, so this is like historically what has been run in this expansion, but like if you were to apply this, so you almost always bring a Havoc. You very rarely bring Vengeance DHs to Rage. Havoc would have to be really bad. Havoc is normally very, very good. They have a really good talent. Like Havoc is always going to be great for Raid because their talent tree allows them to do single target and AoE at the same time. Really, it's that simple. They would have to be very undertuned to not be brought in. Even then, they always overperform Sims and dummy tests compared to other classes because they don't lose as much damage from boss movement and stuff like Range do. Really good uptime class. You always need a Monk. Historically, this has been brought by Tank, but recently it's been brought by Mistweaver. So I don't really know where you'd put this, but let's just go ahead and put it in Tank. This is historically, not just for this last raid. You need a Priest. You bring it. Priest Healer is a staple. You always bring one of these. Shadow is too hit or miss to like really rely on. So most guilds have like a Priest Healer, and it's very rare that both specs of Priest would be bad, and usually one of them is super OP. Mage is obvious. You always bring a mage. You always bring a warlock. Druid is really interesting. It can be a lot of different things, but I would say more often than not, it's a druid. You get a warrior for DPS. You get an enhanced because you already have so many melee. Right. Usually bring a DK DPS on almost all raids. 90 paladins. Usually Holy Paladin is a staple because they're the only spec of paladin that can like turn their aura into a raid cooldown. And then you've been playing Paladin a lot recently as tank. Main problem with Ret in a raid is that it requires talent changes to swap between AoE and single target. And even in the class's core design, you literally have to choose between pressing Divine Storm or Templar's Verdict for your finisher. And that the other melee just simply don't have to do that. They're just kind of doing both at the same time. Unfortunate for them. So usually don't bring a Ret. So you probably, if you need 2 paladins, it'll probably be Prot and Holy for this foreseeable future. And unless Ret is very, very overtuned for a patch, damage wise, and one of these two is really bad. But that's most likely what it's gonna be. You're gonna bring a Hunter because it's ranged. You're gonna bring 2 Aug because why not? Sorry. You end up bringing a Druid here. You could bring the Druid other places. You bring a Rogue, obviously. Okay, and then this is what your raid comp usually, if you break it down the way it usually looks like, this is how it goes. And then each guild like kind of has like different preferences in healer. Like a lot of times you bring like a second priest. That's really common, right? Not super all the time, but like is usually really good. This tier you brought a monk, but you know, whatever. But this is basically how many spots you have to work with after that. It's like double priest paladin, or it's like this one is like paladin / priest. Historically, at least. And then this last spot is like whatever's good at the time. We in Aberys were like, okay, this is the best druid buff, so we'll do that here so we can bring more devastation evokers, you know, stuff like that. But this is actually what you're doing. And then it's like, okay, what's the best melee? Demon Hunter? Okay, whatever. Now Demon Hunter, let's just say this second Demon Hunter spot is not really a Demon Hunter. It's like whatever the best melee is, you're just going to bring 2 of them. And then this is like whatever the best range is, you're going to bring 1 or 2 of those. And sometimes like this tier, it'll be melee. And then like that's your raid comp. It's no more complicated than that. There's like almost no decisions to make because of the raid buff thing. So this is all coming back to like what Jack is saying. Like, how did they fix this? Like raid buffs makes your raid comp look basically like this for the foreseeable future. This will just always be something like this. It'll minorly change based on if certain specs are insane. And then the funniest thing is you saw me never mention Ellie Shaman because how could you? They're just the only class in the game that could if Resto Shaman was the best healer, you would play Resto Shaman in that 4th spot, but you would never play an Ellie Shaman unless they had a buff.
That exist to the end of time, and I think that reducing a lot of that actually is a positive side of the game. And whether they have hero talents, which are adding some interesting utility to specs, or whether they're using it to just add extra damage. I think that
I like that idea, by the way. I love that idea. I love the idea of Spirit Walker's Grace being party-wide. I think that's a sick idea. You wouldn't require like 2 of them, but it would just be sick for like a ranged group to have that, or like the ranged that are the least fucked by movement. Because a lot of people are like, oh, you would just give it to all ranged. But the thing is most ranged can move and do damage just fine. And there's some that like cannot do anything when they're moving. Like, for example, Mistweaver, when they're doing their ramp stuff, does not want to be moving. Certain Warlock specs are like very immobile, stuff like that. But then like that's not true of all ranged. Like even a lot of mage specs can do decent, like Shimmer's insane, you know, like mages don't really need to be in that group. It's like you wouldn't need more than 5 people who need that buff. So like party wide, that would be like, I think the leader of my guesses of like how they could add a cool thing. It would actually be party wide casting with that, just like Aspect of the Fox.
Those are always going to be good areas to see. Holy Priest getting Symbol of Hope back in, or Symbol of Hope buffed, I should say, back in Shadowlands actually was a positive thing because it added some utility to the spec that didn't really have it otherwise in a raiding environment. It got to a point where it was a little bit too insane, but then you also have like Mistweaver and Resto Druid where they're not really bringing that raid-wide damage reduction or raid-wide utility that other healer specs are bringing, and as a result, they're getting pushed down in representation for the race to World First, except, of course, like we've seen out of Amir Jasil, where, you know, Mistweaver just had a mechanic basically designed for it that brought it to the table.
You would have played a Mistweaver this raid if there wasn't even a single magic debuff on Firac. That class is ridiculously OP in raids.
In addition to it being just the highest output healer.
Yeah, I mean that.
for
Yeah,
Bog
it was fucking
as well.
insane.
So, some of those little details aside, overall, I think the War Within is a tremendous opportunity to try it out, but so too is Fated, because we do have a Fated season coming up to cap off Dragonflight.
Dude, so now that I've been saying that the new expansion is called World of Warcraft War of the Worlds for so many, like just as like a bit, it actually like when people start saying the name of the expansion correctly as the War Within, I'm like, oh, that's weird. They said the War Within.
And if we had radical ideas going on for loot, why not start having some radical ideas going on for how specs are going to be represented, how you're able to maybe get bloodlust items that can be used that are miles better than the garbage that you have to deal with.
Dude, drums are horrible. I cannot believe that drums are as bad as they are. Like, Lust used to be drums used to be 5% worse than Lust. And the reason they nerfed it is because they wanted Lust to be more impactful. So they gave a new class Lust. So they're like, let's make sure you get a Lust. I think it's okay to incentivize getting an actual Lust. It's like, I'm okay, for example, I don't think drums should also be the same thing as Lust. Like, I think Lust should have impact. But I just don't think it should be nearly as much as it is. Like, it should be way closer than it is. Like drums is like almost a complete afterthought. It's so bad.
As an engineering item, why not use the opportunity in that season to try radical things to reduce friction in forming M+ groups, that reduce friction in forming raid teams, and allow players to just log on, play with their buddies, and blast. Let me know what you guys think. If you enjoy these type of videos, this sort of speculation for the future.
All right, it told me to subscribe. I'm doing it. Am I subbed? I am subbed. Did I ring the bell? Nah, I don't ring the bell on any... What does ringing the bell on anyone's YouTube channel do? It blows up your phone? Oh my god, that's fucking horrible. No one should do that. If you guys are notified to my YouTube channel, turn that off fucking immediately. Speaking of that, did we end up uploading that new video recently? Wait, we did the Dragonflight raid boss tier list with Dratnos before the Christmas present one? We got to get that Christmas one out fast so it'll still be relevant for Christmas. I feel like that one will go insano mode. But also it takes a lot longer to make than this. So I guess it makes sense to just like blast this. It's on the way, buddy. All right. I believe you. Yeah, when's New Year's, by the way? How many days are in this month? It's on Monday? That's hype. Raise Frank's salary? Bro, I promise you he's making enough money. That dude got the fucking bag. He talked to my manager and he's like, look, I'm not making another fucking video unless you give me it all. And I had no choice. All right, so I'm leaving in like I have enough time to do one key. What key are we doing? I need on Fortified, I have a 28 Galakron's Fall done. I have a 28 Blackrock Hold. I have a 27 Atal. And then I have a... Okay, we need to do Everbloom, Rise, or Throne of the Tides. I have absolute piss of those 3 dungeons. They're so bad. 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 They're so bad Okay, we got a little rise right here. Get me in there. Move camera. Okay. This group has a balanced druid, mistweaver, and prop paladin. Bro, fucking invite me. You need my kind. All right. Oh, 26 Everbloom. I need that too. Get me in there, baby. Looking for 27th throne for Horseboy. No. No, no, no. Why? Stop putting my name in keys. I'm being taken advantage of. Put camera back? Okay. God Havoc is so fucking broken they can roundhouse kick him in the next patch notes. I actually don't think... Oh yeah, this is going to sound super biased, but I don't think they need to nerf Havoc again. I think the nerfs have been fine. Like, they definitely needed to get nerfed, but I don't... Like, unless you're of the opinion of, like, oh, they're meta, and they've had their time, and they're fucking done. Like, I think Rogue, Mage, and Warlock are all every bit just as good as Havoc, Demon Hunter. Unless you think all 4 of those things should be nerfed because they're ahead of all the rest of the classes. Well, most of them. Then that's fine. But I don't think Havoc is, like, the singular best DPS spec in Mythic Plus. They're definitely good, though. The thing is, when you're talking about buffing and nerfing classes, a lot of times people aren't using logic. They're not like, they haven't thought about it a lot. It's just like, this class gets invited to keys and I don't, so I don't want it to have justified nerfs. I want it to be fucking gone. I subscribe to the dorky philosophy. Don't nerf OP specs, buff bad specs to make them OP. That is a fine philosophy except for outliers. Like, for example, if let's just say your like the DPS chart looks like this, right? So like this is all the DPS in the game, and there's like, this is how much damage this class does, how much damage this class does this much. And then like one class is like this, and then like this, the next class is here, next class is here. The correct decision is not make all of these things go up to here. The best option, no matter what, without argument, is to obviously nerf this thing. But then when you have a bunch of things that, you know, look like this, you know, let's say you bring this down a little bit. So you bring this guy down. I don't know why it's doing this, but all good. Let's say you bring this thing down in line. I do agree at this level. Like, at this level, why nerf this, this, and this? Like, you would just want to make this bigger and make this bigger. But, like, saying that you should only buff and never nerf is definitely a very, very noob gamer take. That is not true, but because outliers do exist, and it would be infinitely more work and cause infinitely more problems if they tried to buff 35 things instead of nerfing this singular outlier. Frost and Unholy and Mythic Plus always seem to go terribly. Yeah, I think there's something they can look at. There's some specs that are just like, when you look at the meta specs every tier, there are a lot of repeat offenders in the DPS category, but there's a lot of classes that are like never good, and it's for very obvious reasons. Like Frost, Breath being terrible in dungeons is like a reason why. Like there's some classes that are just built to be bad in Mythic Plus, and they usually are, or like not great. They're not bad. I would never want to say bad, because like you can just play with a super geared person of pretty much any DPS spec, and they will crank in a dungeon, you know? Like, they'll do really well. But it's like, when you're talking meta, like what the best classes are, there are some classes that have been... When was the last time a DPS spec Death Knight was meta in Mythic Plus, not in the MDI? Not tank either, not DPS. Yeah, so not blood. You guys are saying Shadowlands Season 1? Let's see. What is a BG Heals key? Let's see. Season 1 Shadowlands. We don't have any runs on this leaderboard. Okay. So there's no Raider IO data for Shadowlands Season 1? That just doesn't exist? There's not a single person played it. That's pretty cool. Alright, well, someone said Season 2, so let's look at Season 2. This was a rough time in Shadowlands. Yeah, not a single unholy DK. So I would definitely not agree with that. Like, when was the last time a DK DPS was awesome in non-MDI? It had to be, like, Legion, maybe? DPS DK at the end of Legion. Oh, there's a lot. Okay, so they were really good in 7.2 in Legion. BFA Season 4 was good for Frost. Okay, let's check BFA. BFA Season 4. Oh, yeah, you see some... Okay, it's true. You see some... a lot of these are the same team. There's multiple top teams running DKs in the top runs. I would count that. That matters. Long time ago. All right, we're doing a nice friendly Everbloom before leaving. This will be my last key, and then I'm the fuck out of here, by the way. I'm the fuck out of here. You know, I need some corrupting rage pots. I'm not verse potting in a fucking 26 fortified, bro.
I was done talking to you anyway.
Where the fuck is this? Wait, what is this flask called? Oh, iced, not icy. I'm not Ikeyed. There we go. Buy 20 of those bad boys. Please accept the tiny dragon's quest. No, he's with me forever. If you don't accept it, you just get a free pet. We can argue the ethics of keeping the pet, but you do get a free pet. Am I playing the right build? Am I playing the right trinkets? Oh no. I think Augury is better in Mythic Plus than you think, but I think Pips is going to win out most of the time. Especially in Fortified. All right. One quick little fun, interesting, cool little Mythic Plus. I'm going to move something with my Omni CD. Dungeons, extra bars. It's this external frame. It's just kind of bad because it goes over my debuffs when I play with multiple paladins. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to make it... One second. Not ready. Give me a second. I'm going to have it be vertical. I'm just going to put it on the side of the frame. Why not? Nice and symmetrical, kind of. Except the icons should probably be a little bigger, but I just don't care about that right now. I'm going to reload and then hit ready. Oh no, I reloaded, so I'm not going to see his route that he linked. That's fine. I'm going to do the route where I just follow what he does and then kill the stuff that he pulls. That's the best route of all.
Five, four, three.
Wait, is it my key?
2, 1.
It was not my key. Fuck, he started the key. It's fine. It's good because metaing pre-dungeon does absolutely fucking nothing. I always die to threat on this pull. So let's just die to threat. We're pulling this guy alone? Wow. That's fun. You get it? I said it was fun because it actually wasn't fun. And I'm mad. And I'm mad. Wow, people are very low. I can't wait to use my 2 minutes again. It's gonna be a movie. I almost ran into Naruto, boys. Oh, dude, that was so funny. That was... Oh my god, that was fucking funny. Oh my god. Why did he do that? He said, let's die. Okay. Alright, I'll die, I'll die, I'll die. Bro. Oh my god. That was the most BG heals thing I've ever seen. Holy fuck. I've never seen that get pulled. Bro, he just like ran into him and fucking died. Oh man. Just like not even looking at his fucking screen.
No, he will awaken.
Ah, here's where we get absolutely destroyed. What's the cooldown timing I want going into the boss here? It's like... I think I want a meta now. That way it'll be up for the burn. Oh, he's not Breath of Eonsing. He has different ideas. That's unfortunate. Are you gonna breath on this pack? I think this guy's making a mistake. Pretty sure. I just don't even know what you're holding it for. What are you doing? This dude's gonna sit on Breath of Eons for a full minute. More than a minute. For what? Just for it to not be up in the burn too? And then we're gonna do 2 burns, and you're only gonna have it during one of them because you're using it on the pull. I don't understand the decision making. I don't understand why he's not using it. Well, I mean now you don't use it, I guess, but. By the way, you have to like. I'm hoping he has threat on the boss here. Because you have to get like a really early eye beam. Bro, he's pressing Divine Storm right now. That is a maneuver for sure. That is a fucking maneuver, bro. And then he, the fucking, that Breath of Eons management should be put in a fucking museum. Like the museum of things you should never fucking do. I don't think that's a real museum. Like, if you're in a damage amp, you hold your Breath of Eons for like 3 minutes for no reason, you would at least definitely be holding it for the cooldowns coming up 10 seconds after, right? You wouldn't Breath of Eons no damage, right? Like, if you're an evoker, you have to track that, I think. Like, that has to be something you're looking at.
Very good. Very good. If you're playing Og for sure, yeah, like I don't know, I just don't know what you're doing. Like if you're pressing Breath of Eons, it's not like a DPS cooldown for you. It's a cooldown to buff other people's DPS. Sending it on cooldown instead of like looking away at la, 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 la.
3, 2, 1.
Healer dead, baby. Let's go. Let's just leech through this. Nice little darkness. Probably should hit the berserkers. A little stun. That hurt.
3, 2.
That really hurt. We're dead. We're coming back. I got meleeed into a whirlwind. How did a dread petal melee me? Is that one of those weird threat things again? Tank's dead. Do I keep this alive?
AoE.
Oh, nice pop. Thank you. Tank's very low. He has wall currently. He's back to full. Should be okay. Not dead. Not okay. Not okay. Okay, well. Let's just keep running it down. Oh, it's resetting. Very good. Is that a Ripperoni? That's pretty tragic, right?
3, 2.
And now we're going to go smally. I guess that makes sense. I used my 2 minutes into nothing.
AoE.
Yeah, I actually feel like it probably isn't mid or isn't rip. I mean, if we're dying to 3 mobs, we're probably maybe dead, but
3, 2, 1. AoE.
dude, we're just fucking dead. Maybe this trash in here is a lot more dangerous than I thought.
1. AoE. Three, 2, 1. AoE.
Need to be hitting the big berserker, I guess. Okay. I don't really know what to do here. I don't really know what we're pulling. Are we... Okay. Now we're chaining in this stuff. Bunch of casters. Okay, that's doable though. I got enraged growth. The tanks went in and died. Okay. Stunned into meleeed. I mean, that's... well... This can't be good. I mean, what's wrong with depleting keys, you know? I mean, you're just depleting them, right? Just a nice little friendly deplete.
Very good. All right, we fucking did it. We fucking did it. All right, we're going deeper into the tree. This is that shit I do like. Oh, he does not want to pull that. Okay. Yeah, we're definitely not pulling that for sure. What am I looking at?
3.
Okay.
2. 1. AOE.
What? What is happening in this key? And then we're mass resing at the boss, and then the paladin releases. And then the paladin goes, KK boys, I'm going to do the 25. Sorry about that. GG's. All right, let's do one more. Man, that was an interesting experience. That was a good one. That is a goodie. That is good shit. That is awesome. The last 10 minutes of that key? Yeah. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. Like, here. I need to find a key really soon, or else I won't be able to have time for it, actually. But, look, okay. This is what I'm talking about, Breath of Eons. I'm really mad I don't show Avenging Wrath. Oh, I do show us Avenging Wrath. Okay. Let's back up to before this boss. I need an evoker to tell me if what I'm saying makes sense or if I'm flaming this guy for no reason. Okay, so we have like Lust. Or we have meta in 10 seconds and he already Breath of Eons. Or the Ret's Wings is about to be over. Okay, so Breath of Eons here would make no sense. You just send it with my cooldowns. Right? So you would not Breath of Eons right away. He does it. And then I save meta for the next pack. Okay, so I'm like, all right, he's holding it with me. Okay, so I send my 2 minutes here. And then what is he? And now we have wings and meta right now. So like, what are we? Or we should have. Yeah, he's gonna pop wings. What are we doing here? Why are we not using Breath of Eons? He holds Breath of Eons for, let me find out how long. He holds Breath of Eons for, it is 5, from like 5:10. He holds Breath of Eons from 5:10 to he holds it from 5:10 to 8 minutes. Even though people are using 2 minutes. And then I have I-beam in 5 seconds, right? And that's when I'm going to do my meta. That's like where I'm going to slam everything. There's no wings. This guy already wings on the pull to fucking divine to temp or whatever the fucking AoE thing is. Divine Storm the ads. Okay. Which is also the right move to use wings early because you get it in the burn anyway. 1 minute cooldown, but like. So then this guy has Breath of Eons. So he should just wait for my meta, which is in 5 seconds after I-beam. If you're, I'm not going to meta right now. I'm not going to meta the brittle bark. We do it after. This dude gets brittle bark and he just fucking sends breath for the first time after 3 minutes without waiting for fucking anything. No one has cooldowns here. And he just sends it. I just don't fucking get it, man. I don't know. Like, your only job as an AUG is to like look at you buff other people. That's literally what your class does. You have to know when they're doing those things. Oh, 26th throne? Oh, they don't need... Fuck, dude. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find a key I need. I could do one for fun, though. Actually, no, man. This stick time starts at 7:15. The ones on Fridays are usually super packed, so I'm gonna have to get there early to even make it in time. Someone needs to make a weak aura for specifically Aug Evokers, and everyone in the Mythic Plus community needs to get it. And it just asks you to rate your Aug Evoker based on, not off of his score, but based on what you just fucking saw for the last 30 minutes. And you just type yes or no. Like, yes, I would recommend you invite this fucking Aug Evoker. Or no, do not invite this Aug Evoker for any reason. And then it'll just show up in the group finder or something. All right, we'll check for one more fun little key here. Ooh, that 26 throne sounds fun. Do I have enough time to leave at 6:30 and still... Nah, I don't think I can, man. I'm not playing hockey tomorrow. I am going to the gym, though. So I can, like, do a big key stream tomorrow. Max, do you trust the WoW community to accurately assess? Yes. I trust people in these 25 plus pugs to accurately assess because I know all of them have seen the things that I've just seen. If it meant for the greater good that you would have a better idea if the Aug you're inviting can play the game, I think they would do it. Because you'd have to be honest, you know? Nah. I think we're fucking off. Yeah. All right, boys. It's been a good stream. Good little fun little baby tiny infant stream. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm going to go play some hockey. Got the new twig, by the way. We're trying out the new twig tonight. Here we go. Y'all see this bad boy? We got the... Wait, can you see it? We got the FT6 we're trying out, and we got the... There we go. And we got this one, the FT Ghost. We're gonna try these two. That's what we're doing. What is it? Nice twig? Yeah. You like the fucking twig, bro? What do you guys think about these tape jobs? What do you think about these custom by me? Or do you guys like the whole toe? Dude, some people do the like edgy, like just to this far or whatever, but that's a good one. That's a good one. What's up, Reptar? Come here, buddy. Come here, Reptar. Come on, come here. Look how tall he is. Reptar. Reptar. Dude, isn't he such a good boy? All right, I'll see you guys later.